O eternal and almighty God, from whom all power and wisdom come, we are assembled here before thee to frame such laws as may tend to the welfare and prosperity of our province. Grant, O merciful God, we pray thee, that we may desire only that which is in accordance with thy will, that we may seek it with wisdom and know it with certainty and accomplish it perfectly. For the glory and honor of thy name and for the welfare of all our people. Amen. We acknowledge we are gathered on Treaty 1 territory and that Manitoba is located on the treaty territories and ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, Anishinaabe, Dakota, Oete, Dene, Sulene, and Neothog nations. We acknowledge Manitoba is located on the homeland of the Red River Métis. We acknowledge northern Manitoba includes lands that were and are the ancestral lands of the Inuit. We respect the spirit and intent of treaties and treaty making and remain committed to working in partnership with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in the spirit of truth, reconciliation, and collaboration. Please be seated. Routine proceedings, introduction of bills. The Honourable Minister of Families.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable First Minister, that Bill number 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction and other amendments, be now read a first time.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Families, seconded by the Honourable First Minister, that Bill number 38, an act respecting child and family services, Indigenous jurisdiction and other amendments, be now read a first time. The Honourable Minister of Families.
This bill amends the Child and Family Services Act, the Child and Family Services Authorities Act, and the Vital Statistics Act. Bill 38 makes changes to these provincial laws to support Indigenous nations on their path of assuming CFS jurisdiction, a key step in our government's commitment to returning the care of children and youth back to the families and communities where it belongs. We have received recommendations from Indigenous leaders and our CFS partner authorities and agencies that informed these amendments and have seen great support from Indigenous nations across Manitoba, including from 38 First Nations to date, who have already signed on to a shared relationship declaration for First Nations child welfare. I want to say miigwech to all of those who provided guidance as we continue this sacred decolonizing work, and I am pleased to present this bill to the House for consideration. Miigwech.
All right. Is it the will of the House to accept the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Committee reports. The Honourable Member for Lagimodiere.
I wish to present the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Legislative Affairs.
Your Standing Committee on Legislative Affairs presents its following...
Dispense. The Honourable Member for Lagimodiere.
Honourable Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Assiniboia, that the report of the committee be received.
It's been moved by the Honourable Member for Lagimodiere, seconded by the Honourable Member for Assiniboia, that the report of the fifth report of the Standing Committee of Legislative Affairs be received. Is it the will of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. Tabling of reports, ministerial statements. The Honorable First Minister.
Today I rise to offer a moment of reflection in commemoration of the largest seaborne invasion our world has ever seen. On June 6, 1944, more than 150,000 Allied troops crossed the English Channel and landed on the beaches of Normandy. The Supreme Allied Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, issued his Order of the Day, which articulated the goals of D-Day. He told the troops, and I quote, "The eyes of the world are upon you. The hope and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world," end quote. Among the thousands of Canadians, Americans, and British traveling across the tumultuous seas of the Channel were two Manitoba regiments, the Royal Winnipeg Rifles and Fort Garry Horse. Canadians were tasked with taking the most heavily fortified beach, Juno, but those Manitobans were up to the task. In the Royal Winnipeg Rifles War Diary, it was written that, and I quote, "Not one man flinched from his task, no matter how tough it was. Not one officer failed to display courage and energy and a degree of gallantry," end quote. Upon landing, the Allies faced fierce resistance, faced heavy casualties, but by nightfall, the Fort Garry Horse and the Royal Winnipeg Rifles were secure in Normandy and had helped to establish a foothold in the fight against the Nazis. The Allies achieved success in France, but it came at a significant cost. Some 359 Canadian soldiers died on that day, with more than 5,000 deaths during the 2.5 months of fighting in Normandy. The average age of the 57 Manitobans who died that day was only 25. The Royal Winnipeg Rifles and Fort Garry Horse were not the only Manitobans present that D-Day. Manitobans could be found working on the decks of Royal Canadian Navy ships, providing cover for soldiers on the ground via the Air Force, clearing mines as engineers, tending to the wounded as medics, and notably, many Manitoba women contributed to the war effort in important strategic ways. At home, Manitobans woke up to the news of the invasion and waited anxiously to hear what was going on with their relatives overseas. While we commemorate the valiant courage of these soldiers here in the chamber today, we also remember the families who have only memories of their loved ones. If not for their sacrifice, we would not be standing in this hallmark of our democracy at this time. It is in this spirit that our government is committing $100,000 toward the capital campaign of the Juno Beach Center. We did our part in the fight. Now let us do our part to commemorate. I'll have the great honor of attending the commemorations to honor these sacrifices at Juno Beach on behalf of the people of Manitoba. The uncommon valor we witnessed on D-Day and in the ultimate victories which led to the end of that war must never be forgotten. Truly, the global framework of human rights and democracy that we take as a given today were forged in the fire of World War II, the horrors of the Holocaust, and in the conventions that followed. We must never forget the victories we have experienced in Canada over the past 80 years were also sparked in those flames. It was Indigenous veterans who returned home from the world wars who attained the right to vote in our homelands. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada and the National Inquiry into MMIW G2S+ were built on a foundation embedded in human rights. The statement that there is, quote, "no place for the state in the bedrooms of the nation," end quote, the fight for marriage equality, right through to the theme of transcend together at this past weekend's Pride Parade in Winnipeg would not have been possible without Allied victories in World War II. Gender equality, a consensus around the benefits of immigration, a free and open society in which you are at liberty to be who you want to be. So many of the things that we are rightfully proud of when it comes to our way of life can be traced back to the troops who stormed Juno Beach and other sites as part of Operation Overlord. That is not to say that any of these battles have been straightforward or easily obtained. only to say that the victories of equality and democracy that we love so much were built within a framework established by our heroes and their allies during that pivotal time. And D-Day was among the most pivotal of moments. Towards the conclusion of General Eisenhower's order of the day, he wrote, "I have full," and I quote, "I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking." End quote. As we stand here nearly 80 years later, a lifetime after the battle, which will forever echo through the generations, I think it is safe to say that those brave soldiers accomplished their mission. However, in order to ensure that it is a lasting victory, we can never take for granted our liberty, our democracy, and our commitment to human rights. These things were anointed in the blood, sweat, and tears of our veterans and their fallen comrades. Over the weekend, retired Supreme Court Justice Rosalie Abella reflected on just how fragile the post-World War II global order is. She wrote, and I quote, "We need to stop yelling at each other and start listening so that we can reclaim ownership of the compassionate, liberal, democratic values we fought the Second World War to protect, and to put humanity back in charge by replacing global hate with global hope." End quote. I would ask that all Manitobans take a moment on June 6th to pause and reflect on lives lost that day and in the armed conflicts Canadians have served in, and to recommit to keeping the living memory of those sacrifices alive for another generation. Kego Onike Sita. Let us never forget.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I rise to pay tribute to the thousands of Canadian soldiers who fought in the Battle of Normandy, also known as D-Day. D-Day took place during the Second World War in the early morning hours of June 6, 1944, after months of careful planning. The task of taking Juno Beach, which was heavily defended by 2 German battalions, was assigned to the 1st Canadian Army, consisting of the 3rd Infantry Division and the 2nd Armored Brigade. Meanwhile, Canada's American and British allies would focus their efforts elsewhere along the French coast. The assault on Normandy by the Allied forces was the largest seaborne invasion in history. And although Canadians were victorious by the end of the day, this battle was no walk in the park. Having first maneuvered through mines and other obstacles, our men had landed on the beach under heavy machine gun fire. But with fierce determination and a tremendous amount of bravery, these Canadian soldiers managed to slowly push the Germans back and ultimately gain control over the beach. This was a tremendous victory for the Allied powers, as it helped turn the tide of the war. But not everyone would be celebrating, of course, because of the approximately 14,000 Canadians that fought for control over Juno Beach. There were 1,074 casualties and 359 were killed. These men were the sons, brothers, neighbors, and friends for the people back home, but their deaths were not in vain, and they will never be forgotten. Just yesterday in my own constituency, the Lactabani Legion Branch number 164 and the Beausejour Legion Branch 132 held Decoration Day to remember and to pay tribute to those veterans that had lost their lives. I want to send my sincerest gratitude to all those who have served and to continue to serve, and who continue to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces. I'm not a soldier, but I do know that to serve one's country, or in my own case, province, and the people in it, is one of the greatest honor of one's life. So you should all be immensely proud of the work that you do. You help keep us safe, and you are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to do so. And Canadians everywhere, thank you for that. We will remember them.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
I ask for leave to respond to the Premier's statement.
Does the Honourable Member for Tyndall Park have leave to respond? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Juno Beach was one of the 5 landing areas of the Normandy invasion of World War II. It was assaulted on D-Day, June 6, 1944, by units of the Canadian 3rd Infantry Division, who took casualties in the first wave, but by the end of the day succeeded in gaining control of the area from defending German troops. D-Day is the largest seaborne invasion in history, and it began the liberation of France, Western Europe, and laid the foundations of the Allied victory. Juno Beach was approximately 10 kilometers wide and was heavily fortified by the occupying German army. It was assaulted by the Canadian 3rd Infantry Division, and amongst were 2 Manitoba military regiments, the Fort Garry Horse and the Royal Winnipeg Rifles. Honourable Speaker, Canadians suffered 1,200 casualties out of 21,400 troops who landed at Juno that day, a casualty ratio of 1 out of 18. The members of the Royal Winnipeg Rifles and the Fort Garry Horse were not the only Manitobans in Normandy. Manitobans could be found working on the decks of the vessels of the Royal Canadian Navy, manning the guns and the artillery, transporting troops, and mine clearing. Manitobans in the Royal Canadian Air Force provided fighter cover to the Allied landing force and could be found amongst the Canadian Army combat support personnel who landed on the beach caring for the wounded as medics and parachuting into enemy territory with the 1st Canadian Parachute Battalion. The roles of many Manitobans were critical to ensuring the assaulting elements had the support they required to seize the beachhead on D-Day and help bring to an end the Second World War. To their memory and to their families, for their sacrifice and loss, we honor the fallen and the survivors. We know that the world is a better place because of their sacrifice on June 6, 1944. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Families.
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I rise today to mark the start of Special Olympics Awareness Week in Manitoba. As the Minister of Families, it's important to recognize Special Olympics Manitoba for their dedication to enriching the lives of peoples of all ages living with an intellectual disability. Special Olympics Manitoba has been part of the global Special Olympic movement for more than 35 years. They provide 18 sports to over 1,800 athletes from across our province, using sport to promote respect, inclusion, dignity, and community. This past spring, Special Olympics Manitoba sent 58 talented athletes, 20 coaches, and 8 mission staff to represent our province at the Special Olympics Canada Winter Games in Calgary. Team Manitoba joined 1,200 athletes, coaches, and mission staff from across the country to compete in 8 sports: alpine skiing, cross-country skiing, curling, figure skating, speed skating, floor hockey, 5-pin bowling, and snowshoeing. At the conclusion of the Winter Games, Team Canada won a total of 60 medals. This is an incredible achievement all Manitobans should be proud of. On behalf of all Manitobans, I congratulate all the athletes who competed and acknowledge the countless volunteers and fans for their participation in making the Games possible. You are an inspiration to all Manitobans. Special Olympics Manitoba continues to focus on the capacities of people living with an intellectual disability. They provide an avenue to uplift and empower participants through competition and achievement, and the opportunity to be part of a diverse and accepting community of people centered around a common interest in sport. The Premier and I were honored today to spend a little time visiting with some of our special guests in the gallery. So I'd like to welcome Rachel Wheatley, Melissa Shuggett, and Shannon Griffiths. and athletes Brett Griffiths, Marty Tommy, Cameron Grant, and Callie Samagolski. The Manitoba government recognizes the incredible role Special Olympics Manitoba plays in supporting the abilities of people with an intellectual disability in our province and is proud to celebrate your achievements. I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing and celebrating these amazing Manitobans.
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate. No, I'm sorry. The Honourable Member for Morden Winkler.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is an honour for me to rise today in recognition of the 11th Annual Special Olympics Awareness Week in Manitoba. This significant occasion not only highlights the incredible work of Special Olympics Manitoba, but also serves as a powerful reminder of our commitment to fostering a diverse, equitable, and inclusive sports system where every athlete feels valued and included. In 2013, the former MLA from Tuxedo, Heather Stephenson, had the opportunity to introduce and pass Private Members Bill 209, which proclaimed the second week of June each year as Special Olympics Awareness in our province. This week is dedicated to celebrating the transformative impact of Special Olympics Manitoba and to reflect on our roles in creating a society where all individuals, regardless of their abilities, have the opportunity to thrive and through sport. Many years ago, opportunities for individuals with intellectual disabilities to participate in sports were scarce. Today, thanks to the tireless efforts organizations like Special Olympics Manitoba, youth and adults of all abilities across our province have the access to a supportive community that champions sport for all. Special Olympics Manitoba offers a diverse array of programs that encourage athletes, families, and volunteers to engage deeply with their communities, promoting physical, mental, emotional, and social well-being. The week of June 9th to 15th serves as a platform to highlight the remarkable achievements and determination of Manitoba athletes with exceptional needs. It is so important to recognize the vital role played by the coaches, volunteers, families, friends, and supporters. I have had the amazing opportunity to coach some incredible Special Olympics athletes myself. I spent the weekend in Winnipeg coaching the Winkler Wizards snowshoe team. I have never seen so much dedication and team spirit as I've seen in this wonderful group of athletes. It was truly an honor to be part of their team. If you ever have the opportunity to volunteer with Special Olympics Manitoba, just do it. It's a transforming experience. I had the opportunity to also attend the send-off party to athletes that were attending the Games in Calgary. Thank you to all those who have dedicated their time and efforts to ensuring the success of Special Olympics programs in our great province. Their unwavering commitment to athletes' well-being is truly inspiring, and their dedication uplifts us all. While Special Olympics Awareness Week is a special time to celebrate, recognizing the abilities and contributions of individuals with exceptional needs should be an all-year-round endeavor. In closing, I encourage all members of the Assembly to join me in celebrating everyone involved with Special Olympics. Let us continue to advocate for the rights and inclusion of individuals from all walks of life in our society and cheer on these remarkable athletes. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
I ask for leave to respond to the minister's statement.
Does the Honourable Member for Tyndall Park have leave? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Special Olympics Manitoba provides wonderful programs dedicated to enriching the lives of Manitobans with intellectual disabilities and opening hearts and minds along the way in order to create more inclusive communities. The second full week in June each year has been proclaimed by our province as Special Olympics Manitoba Awareness Week. And over my many years here as an MLA, I've had the opportunity to join Special Olympics Manitoba athletes right here on the legislative grounds and play some sports. In winter, they do bowling, skiing, curling, floor hockey, snowshoeing, and speed skating. And their Summer Olympic events include athletics, basketball, bocce ball, golf, powerlifting, gymnastics, and so much more. Honorable Speaker, the provincial games are a huge success point of the Olympians and coaches' athletic careers. They compete at the highest levels offered here within Manitoba. Special Olympics athletes gain confidence and feel empowered. And because of this, they are inspired to seek new challenges through athlete leadership programs, giving them the tools to undertake positions of leadership within their community and explore opportunities beyond sports training and competition. Special Olympics Manitoba Awareness Weeks gives everyone a chance to learn about and spread the word about the transformations that Special Olympics can bring to individuals and families. I know I've had the opportunity to participate through basketball and bocce ball with many of those who participate here within Manitoba within the Special Olympics. So I'd like to thank everyone at Special Olympics Manitoba who are making a difference for over 1,200 athletes across our province, and to those who have joined us today in the gallery. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and welcome to all of the guests that are in the gallery here today. It is my privilege to rise and share that the Manitoba government acknowledges June 1st, 2024 as Environment Officer Recognition Day in the honor of the work done every day by environment officers in the province of Manitoba. I want to draw honourable members' attention to our special guests in the gallery who have taken time out of their busy schedules to be here today. We are joined by Manitoba's Senior Environmental Engineer, Jay Mack, and an incredible team of environmental officers, including Chris Innes, Rachel Penner, Ian Price, Philip Zapeka, and Amrith Kumar. These folks and their colleagues are responsible for the delivery of provincial environmental and public health protection programs by issuing licenses and permits, conducting inspections, monitoring for compliance, and enforcing environmental protection and safety legislation. They ensure compliance regarding the treatment of wastewater, ensuring safe drinking water, management of contaminated sites, waste management, petroleum storage, and providing emergency response to environmental accidents. They also perform important education and outreach in our communities while developing public guidance on key environmental and drinking water issues. Honourable Speaker, it is truly the honour of my lifetime to represent this department and to have the opportunity to support, uplift, and champion the incredible public servants that accomplish this work on behalf of all of us, protecting our health, our lands, and our waters. Please join me in recognizing the essential work that environmental officers do on a daily basis and thank them for their contribution and commitment to environmental and public health protection in our beautiful province. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In 2021, the Progressive Conservative government announced that June 1st would be known as Environment Officer Recognition Day in Manitoba. This special day is dedicated to honouring the tireless work performed every day by environment officers across our province. Acknowledging this very important day is also made in anticipation of the celebration of World Environment Day on June 5th. Environment officers are stationed throughout our beautiful province, each performing distinct and crucial duties. Many officers are integral to the implementation and delivery of environmental programs as they conduct investigations, enforce acts and regulations, respond to incidents, carry out monitoring and licensing activities, and provide technical advice. Their work spans various areas, including land use, waste management, energy, drinking water standards, and industrial pollution enforcement. They play a critical role in assessing and licensing proposals under the Environment Act in sectors such as forestry, transportation, mining, and recreation. Enforcing complex legislation is no small feat. The professionalism and dedication of our environment officers shine through, even during the most challenging times. It is high time that we recognize the unwavering commitment and essential service provided by these officers. They deserve our heartfelt thanks and appreciation. Being an environment officer is a noble and rewarding career choice for young Manitobans interested in upholding environmental standards. Today, on behalf of myself and my colleagues, I extend our deepest gratitude to all of Manitoba's environment officers for their ongoing dedication to protecting our environment. On this side of the House, we greatly appreciate your hard work and wish you well as you continue your vital work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
I ask for leave to respond to the minister's statement.
Does the honourable member for Tyndall Park have leave? Agreed and so ordered. The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are reminded daily that we need to continue investing in the protection of our natural surroundings, and a big part of this is the fight against climate change. June 1st was Environment Officer Recognition Day in Manitoba, and we use this as a time to recognize environment officers, drinking water officers, and water resource officers whose job it is to ensure compliance with provincial laws to help protect the health of Manitobans and the environment. Honourable Speaker, climate change affects our communities, our ecosystems, and our economy. And when we have important ecosystems like marshes and Lake Winnipeg being constantly affected by humans, we must have a solid strategy toward things like emission reductions and an understanding on how to best protect the land, air, and water, because protecting nature is an important part of the solution. We know that climate change continues to present a long-term threat to our health and well-being, and environment officers play a significant role in preserving and restoring our ecosystems through cleaning up our ponds, rivers, and coastlines, and keeping material out of our landfills. And they make sure that we as citizens of our great province are aware of what needs to be done to make a difference here in Manitoba. So today I want to recognize the work done every day by environment officers in Manitoba. Thank you for your professionalism and your dedication for everything that you do to protect the environment and human health. Thank you.
Before calling the next item of business, I remind members that on April 22nd, 2024, the House agreed that the official opposition would waive their member statements on that day with the understanding that they could use those two statements sometime later this session. The official opposition used one of those statements on May 16, 2024, and they informed me this morning that they would like to use the second of those two statements today. Accordingly, the official opposition will have one additional member statement today, which will conclude this agreement. Moving on now, member statements. The honourable member for Kirkfield Park.
Honourable Speaker, today I honour two phenomenal leaders who have worked to support trans folks in their communities here in Manitoba through two phenomenal programs at the Rainbow Resource Centre. Mateo Lanilos, facilitator of the Trans Masculine Support Group, and his mother, Alba Lopez Gomez, founder of Parents, Family, and Friends of Trans Individuals. When Mateo bravely embraced his true identity as a trans person, he and Alba embarked on a transformative journey. It was a journey filled with moments of joy, hope, and triumph over adversity, and a journey that taught them invaluable lessons. As they walked through this path together, they encountered numerous other families, all navigating the same terrain and facing many of the same challenges. For over a decade, Mateo has been the guiding light for the Trans Masculine Support Group, a unique space exclusively for trans people. It's a place where they can build connections, share resources, and most importantly, support one another by living as themselves. For Mateo, it's not just about providing support, but also creating spaces of joy, laughter, and connection that carry everyone through heavy topics and challenges. It's for similar reasons that Alba started Pafati, a safe space where folks build community, educate themselves on what it is to be trans, and work to decolonize gender. Alba has helped folks from schools, community groups, workplaces, and families learn to leave behind practices that undermine trans folks in their lives and instead build practices that lift up their loved ones. For Mateo and Alba, the Pafati and the Trans Masculine Support Group are a labor of love, compassion, and community building. Every day, they celebrate the vitality of the trans community and those who surround it. I invite all my colleagues to join me in thanking Mateo, Alba, and all of those who joined them from these two incredible programs for their outstanding and transformative work supporting trans folks, their families, and each other here in Manitoba.
The honourable member for Lakeside.
Honourable Speaker, the Toulon Agriculture Society's century-long presence underscores its deep-rooted connection to the community and its commitment to fostering development and progress. Since the earliest pioneers settled in the region, farming has been the backbone of the local economy, evolving from a means of survival to thriving businesses. From 1878 to 1940, the area witnessed a significant increase in grain production alongside subsistence farming. Operations expanded to include beef cattle, dairy cows, swine production, and grain farming, reflecting the community's agricultural diversity. The construction of elevators and steam engines facilitated grain exports, further fueling the region's economic growth. Businesses like the Toulon Creamery and Ellison's Flour Mill played crucial roles in supporting local farmers. Over the past 30 years, there has been a shift in agriculture with the reduction of small family farms. There are now larger, more commercialized farming operations, yet farming continues to be the backbone of our economy. In the early years, the establishment of various agriculture organizations, including the Ag Association, Horse Breeders, Sheep and Swine Breeders, and the Purebred Cattle Breeders Association, demonstrates the community's commitment to advancing farming practices. The Women's Institute, founded by farm wives, underscored the importance of community involvement and collaboration. Friendly competitions among farm families gave rise to plowing matches and agricultural fairs, laying the foundation for the Toulon Agricultural Society. The first The Ag Society Act certificate was issued March 10, 1924. While other agricultural organizations faded away, the Toulon Ag Society persisted, adapting to changing agricultural landscapes and economic realities. The Society's early focus on livestock improved mixed farming reflected its dedication to agriculture advancement. In 1931, the Calf Club entered the national competition in Toronto. In 1935, a group of boys competed in Toronto in the National Potato Project competition. The Ag Society was instrumental in nurturing the generation of farmers. The inaugural fall
Member's
fair
time
was
has
held
expired. Is there leave for the member to finish his statement? Agreed. The honourable member for Lakeside.
Thank you. The inaugural fair was held in 1946, marking a significant milestone in the Society's history. In 1952, the Society demonstrated a commitment to community development by raising $1,500 for the construction of a new curling rink. The new facility was used to house exhibitions during the fall fairs. The fair continued for 50 years, and in 1992, the Society introduced a second event, Toulon Pumpkin Fest. The event's popularity exemplified the gigantic pumpkin weigh-off. As the Toulon Agriculture Society celebrates its centennial, it reaffirms its legacy, community involvement and support through its dedication to fostering community spirit. Thank you.
The honourable member for McPhillips.
Honourable Speaker, today I recognize Dr. Diane Rensky, a proud member of Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and a prominent leader from our McPhillips community. Diane has long worked to address issues facing Winnipeg's urban Indigenous community in areas of health, justice, education, and social services. For 8 years, Diane served as the executive director of the Mama Wichita Center, a community-led family resource center for Indigenous children, youth, and families. Under her leadership, the center opened numerous locations across the city and helped expand social services that center on Indigenous knowledge and values. Beyond Mama Wichita, Diane has used her expertise to support numerous Indigenous-led organizations and initiatives, particularly those working to stop violence against missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. She currently serves as the chairperson of the MMIWG2S+ Urban Indigenous Action Group and has testified at the National Inquiry of Human Trafficking and Sexual Exploitation in Canada. Having worked alongside countless advocates, leaders, and chainmakers, Diane knows that we can end the epidemic of gender-based violence. Diane is also helping drive economic reconciliation across Canada. When Freedom Road was completed in 2019, she returned to Shoal Lake 40 to rebuild her nation after a century of isolation. Ever since then, she has worked tirelessly across provincial lines to improve economic development opportunities for her community. Today, Diane is joined by her children, Shonda Gramada and Benesi Mawigan. Diane dedicates her work to them and to her granddaughter, Annabelle, in hope of creating a society that truly uplifts Indigenous women, girls, and gender-diverse people, a society that our youth can be proud of. Please join me in thanking Diane for her incredible work in our province and beyond. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to rise in the House today to pay tribute to my constituency. I have been very fortunate to represent the Lac Du Bonnet constituency as the member of the Legislative Assembly since 2011, where I served the residents of 10 municipalities and 20 communities. From agriculture to mining to tourism, the Lac Du Bonnet constituency is as diverse as its economic resources as it is in culture and heritage. The Lac Du Bonnet constituency offers an abundance of Manitoba's history and is home to Bannock Point, petroforms, the prehistoric rock paintings, Adakaki Provincial Wilderness Park, West Hawk Lake, also known as Meteor Lake, and Tyndallstone, which was discovered and has been mined there since the late 1800s. Commonly known as cottage country, the Lac Du Bonnet constituency hosts a steady stream of tourists that come out to partake in the many unique sites and activities. Channel float, rock climbing, Caddy Lake rock tunnels, walking out to Elk Island, just to name a few. While in government, the Progressive Conservatives had funded earmarked at $879,000 for Nudamake Lake Museum and $1.5 million for West Hawk Lake seawall. This was to be over the 22-23 and 24-25 periods. I was happy to hear the minister state that their government will follow through with the replacement of the Nudamake Lake Museum and the restoration of the West Hawk Lake seawall. It's too bad that the NDP government has slashed the budget by nearly half to provincial parks this year. Honourable Speaker, as graduation time quickly approaches, I would like to wish all the best to the graduating classes of 2024. Graduation is a huge step opening the doors to a lifetime of opportunities, and you should be very proud of your achievement. Your education will always be one of your most valuable possessions. Whether you're interested in hiking, fishing, snowmobiling, taking in some history, or lying on the beach, the Lac Du Bonnet constituency has something to offer each and every one of you. Come on out to Eastern Manitoba.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Honourable Speaker, when youth are supported, our whole community thrives. The First Sun Valley Scouting Group is doing just that. As an organization in Northeast Winnipeg that provides opportunities for young people to develop their skills, values, and leadership abilities. Scouts are encouraged to better understand the world around them. They participate in a variety of activities, including tree planting, hikes, mountain biking, rock climbing, camping, crafts, and more. They also get to connect with community, assisting seniors and volunteering their time. I have the pleasure of living in a neighborhood where we have no less than 2 active scouting groups, the First Sun Valley Group and First John de Graaf Scouts, who often collaborate together on acts of community service. This year, the Sun Valley Scouting Group will send 4 scouts to the Australian Jamboree. Wow. Every 4 years, this event brings together thousands of young people from over 150 countries to connect with other scouts, experience different cultures, and create lifelong friendships. Only 30 Canadian Scouts get to represent Canada at the Jamboree, and this year, representing our province, are Cassandra, Marcus, Aiden, and Caleb, who are here with us in the gallery today. Awesome. To support this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, they've been hard at work selling chocolate almonds door to door, participating in craft sales, and even hosting a pancake breakfast. I want to ask my colleagues to join me in thanking all the Scouts, the Scouters, and parent volunteers involved in First Sun Valley Scouting. The work they put into our community and the impact that they make in the lives of our youth is truly something special. Congratulations to Cassandra, Marcus, Aiden, and Caleb on this incredible opportunity, and I wish you all the best as you represent Manitoba at the Jamboree. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fort White.
Honourable Speaker, as the MLA for Fort White, I get to see all the great things that were and are being done in the south end of the city. The great things that can be done when you have a great neighbor, when you work together, when you're on the same team, when you're on the same page, and you have the same priorities, you can get a lot of amazing things done together. Today I rise to highlight some of the great things that have been completed under the previous PC MLA and PC government in the riding of Tuxedo, and how that has benefited my constituents of Fort White. The riding of Tuxedo and mine of Fort White benefited greatly from having a strong PC team and funding initiatives from the previous PC government. Grants like the Green Team provided a total of $243,000 in 2023 alone to support community projects. Other projects, Assiniboine Park Conservancy, $32,000. Trails Manitoba, $8,000. Camp Masad, Bluff Summer Camp, $17,000. But sadly, under this NDP, the funding for Tuxedo, community, and Green Team funding was cut by just over $4 million. That is what it's like to have a bad neighbor, a neighbor that won't cut their grass, that won't take the garbage out, and won't turn the music down. That's what the risk is with having an NDP movement next door to Fort White. Other grants like the ACSC were cut under this NDP government. Previously, the PC's $250,000 for Tuxedo Tennis Club, $490,000 for Assiniboine Park Conservatory, all now cut by this NDP government. You do not want them as a neighbor. I don't want them as a neighbor next to Fort White. Now, on top of all of that, this NDP government has imposed a $148 million education property tax that almost everyone in Tuxedo will be paying. And all that to fund their $3 billion of election promises they can't afford. So with all that being said, I urge the people of Tuxedo to come together in the coming weeks. Come join your great MLA in Roblin, your MLA in Fort White, and let's keep Tuxedo blue.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
On House business, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain on House business.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Pursuant to Section 44, Bracket 3 of the Conflict of Interest Act, I rise today to table copies of a complaint I have made to the Ethics Commissioner. The letter outlines concerns about the Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations and Indigenous Economic Development being the recipient of untendered contracts. Included are supporting documents showing ownership of the business in question. These documents also detail the complaint. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Order, please. At this point, I'd like to introduce some guests in the gallery. We have with us, seated in the public gallery from Springs Christian Academy, 50 grade 9 to 11 students under the direction of Brad Dowler, and their guests are the Honourable Member for St. Boniface. Also, I would like to draw the attention of all honourable members to the public gallery, where we have with us today Megan Salka, LaDawn Bishop, Jennifer Seguin, Kirsty Mueller, Taryn Randall, who are the guests of the honourable member for St. John's. On behalf of all honourable members, we welcome you here today. And now, sadly, we have to say farewell to another legislative page. Today, we have one legislative page completing their final shift. Mayan Hewen is set to attend her final year of high school at College Churchill High School in the fall. As she prepares to end this chapter in her life, she is thankful for her experience as a page at the Legislature and everything she has learned this year about the role of the provincial government and its direct impact on the province. Over the past year, she has matured in her understanding of the inner workings of the Legislative Assembly and has grown to appreciate all the hard work and effort that goes into all aspects of contributing to how it serves and impacts our society. She is exceptionally grateful for everyone at the Legislature who has supported her throughout the year, answering any questions she had and providing meaningful guidance to help her to provide the best service possible. She is certain that the lessons this memorable experience has taught her will serve her well throughout the rest of her life, and that in the future she will be able to make beneficial impact on society thanks to her time here. Congratulations, Mayanne, and we wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, Honourable Speaker, my colleague for Riding Mountain has brought forward some concerning evidence of self-enrichment at the cabinet table. An untendered contract was awarded from one NDP minister to another.
Wow.
Manitobans deserve some answers. My question for the Premier is simple. Will he remove his Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations and Indigenous Economic Development, the MLA for Quaitnook, from his duties until the investigation by the Ethics Commissioner has concluded?
The Honourable First Minister.
No.
That's right.
The members opposite are trying to create a false equivalency here.
That's right.
They went and circumvented your democratic vote.
That's right.
The will of the people.
They did it.
The members for Interlake Gimli, member for Red River North, the former Premier Heather Stephenson.
Yep.
On and on and on. Silica. They tried to ram through an approval of that mine after they lost power, before we were sworn in.
That's the facts.
Now today they're trying to throw some sand in the water to cloud your view of the terrible things that they were up to after they lost power. So the question that I would throw back to the member opposite, are you going to kick the 4 members out who voted against trans rights last week?
Oh, yeah. Hey.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a secondary question.
So, Honourable Speaker, so obviously the Premier just said no to doing the right thing. When his minister, the MLA for Quaitnook, broke the Elections Financing Act, the Premier refused to commit to cooperate with the Commissioner of Elections. Now that it has come out that the same minister accepted a $100,000 untendered contract, the Premier needs to commit to working with the Ethics Commissioner, which he's already refused. Will the Premier finally put the province and taxpayers before his party and do the right thing? And it's a big joke. Hey, Premier's laughing about it. Will he do the right thing, put taxpayers above his party, and remove the minister until the investigation by the Ethics Commissioner has concluded?
Order, please. I would just caution all members going forward to be very careful in question and answers about things that are already taken under advisement. The Honourable First Minister.
Members opposite tried to ram through an approval of the Silica project after they lost power and before we were sworn in. Again, we know that the member for Red River North was making phone calls to Rochelle Squires, to Kevin Klein. This has all been reported publicly. We also know that many more members of the current PC caucus were engaged in this conspiracy to subvert the will of the people. Now we know that the member opposite has been squirming for more than a week. He can't even show up for opposition time in estimates for more than 10 or 15 minutes. And so today, on the last day, they come forward and they try to cloud the waters with a false equivalency. But the question they need to answer is whose interest were they acting in when they tried to approve that mine?
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on a final supplementary question.
I'm going to advise the Premier that maybe before he starts throwing additional stones, he should maybe read the document and show and see how his minister, once again, is breaking some of the rules. Manitobans, again today, are not hearing a commitment about accountability and transparency coming from this Premier. The Conflict of Interest Act is incredibly clear. It is unacceptable that cabinet members are sliding $100,000 checks across the cabinet table to one another. Yet from this minister and this Premier, there's an attitude that the rules are things that apply to other people. Yet once again, since he is in full support of his minister receiving illegal contracts, what other illegal contracts within his government is this Premier aware of?
The Honourable First Minister.
Where was the member opposite's outrage when his government slipped a $500,000 check to the member for Fort White? And again, what was the point of that? It was to induce him to run for the PCs. No one else would agree to run for the PCs unless you paid them $500,000. So again, I'll leave that to the members opposite to clarify the waters on that very contentious issue. And while they're at it, the member for Fort White might want to clarify how he feels about the Trans and Two-Spirit Day of Visibility. 4 members opposite voted against. The member for Lac de Bonnie agrees with their position. Obviously, he lets them stay in caucus. But what does the member for Fort White think? If he's a leader in the future, will he permit that hatred to remain on the PC side, or will he show real leadership?
The Honourable Member for Agassiz.
Honourable Speaker, QP Manitoba, a founding member of the NDP party and voting union delegate bloc, voted to ratify a motion saying they will, quote, lobby the Manitoba government to repeal its recognition of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism. I will table that QP news release here today. Does this Premier stand by the IHRA definition?
Here, here.
The Honourable First Minister.
Yes, I do. Actually, was very honored to do an interview with B'nai B'rith recently in which we talked about the history of the IRA definition and the importance that the explanatory examples provide us in understanding how anti-Semitism, this specific form of hatred, can take root in our society, and most importantly, what are the steps that we can take as public office holders to stamp it out. We can take immediate steps by calling things out when we see it, something the members opposite failed to do last week when 4 of their colleagues engaged in an act of hate here in the legislature. But what you'll get if you elect a Manitoba NDP representative in the Sikh of Tuxedo is somebody willing to take swift, decisive action and somebody who is willing to call out anti-Semitism when they see it. So again, better health care, better leadership, that's what we're offering the people of Tuxedo.
The Honourable Member for Agassiz on a supplementary question.
Our government stood with the Jewish community when we adopted this definition in October of 2022. The Centre for Israel and Jewish Affairs and the Jewish Federation of Winnipeg described the adoption of this definition as sending a, quote, strong message that anti-Semitism has no place in our society. Anti-Semitism in any form certainly has no place at the cabinet table. And the Premier cannot remain silent on this issue. Does this Premier agree that anti-Semitism has no place in Manitoba, and will he denounce this QP motion today?
Here, here.
The Honourable First Minister.
I will always denounce anti-Semitism.
That's right. That's right.
The IRA definition passed unanimously in this House. In my government's first international trade delegation to Washington, D.C., we attended the National Holocaust Museum. And we're very honored to have a former ambassador for the United States to host us and to talk to us. I'm very proud that every single member of that Manitoba delegation, representing business, labor, community groups, participated in that tour and engaged in a solemn act of remembrance at the Holocaust Museum. As I said earlier in my statement that began the proceedings today, the global human rights order that we take as a given now was forged in the aftermath of World War II and of the Holocaust. We must never forget and abide by those two words, never again.
The honourable member for Agassiz on a final supplementary question.
It is disturbing that this group that brands itself as a founding member of the NDP would seek to undermine efforts to combat anti-Semitism. It is even more disturbing that this Premier has kept QP leaders in positions of power and authority within his party and appointed QP members to boards representing this government while they are pushing their anti-Semitic discriminatory rhetoric. Will the Premier rise today and clearly denounce these efforts?
The Honourable First Minister.
I denounce anti-Semitism in all its forms. Our government has taken action by making Holocaust education mandatory in the K-12 system so that not only this generation, but future generations will learn how to call out hate. The members opposite are standing on a house of cards when they talk about calling out hate. Today, they showed up in a caucus room to stand with 4 people who engaged in an act of hatred last Thursday. The member for Verandre, the member for Springfield Richat, the member for Steinbach, and the member for Borderlands refused to even acknowledge the humanity of transgendered people. So yes, I will call out anti-Semitism, and I will call out the hatred that exists at this very moment in this chamber, festering within the PC ranks.
That's right.
The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations and Indigenous Economic Development has accepted an untendered contract for $100,000 from one of his cabinet colleagues, despite the fact that the Conflict of Interest Act expressly forbids it. The minister knows the rules because the Ethics Commissioner is incredibly thorough in educating members. So I have a simple question. Why did this minister, the MLA for Kuwatnik, accept this untendered contract knowing it was against the rules?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And it's interesting that the member for Riding Mountain talks about the rules. Was he part of cabinet when those discussions on Silica were going around that cabinet table? Was he there saying, this is wrong? Did he call it the member from Red River North, say this is wrong? Permit-Julie Gimli to say this is wrong. Did he time and time again call it out?
Please.
No, he did not.
Order, please. I've previously cautioned members about talking about items that are under advisement, so please don't do that. The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. There is no explaining this away. There is no dancing around the issue. The minister accepted an untendered $100,000 contract from his cabinet colleague, who also sits on the Treasury Board, knowing full well that it was a conflict of interest. Will the minister stand up today and tell the House he made a mistake and return this ill-gotten contract? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The member talks about doing the right thing. To refrain deliberately and often with an effort of self-denial from an action or a practice. That's the definition of abstaining. Why did members opposite abstain from the vote last Thursday against trans kids, against two-spirit kids? Again, deniability, failure to do the right thing. Dysfunction in that caucus, and that's something they're all about day in and day out.
The honourable member for Riding Mountain on a final supplementary question.
Court records show that previously the minister's wages were garnished to cover payments in default to the minister's suppliers. So his business has clearly impacted his work in this House. This Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations is facing a lot of questions from Manitobans today. He has refused to cooperate with the Commissioner of Elections for his recent breach of the Elections Financing Act. Will he commit today that he will fully cooperate with the Ethics Commissioner?
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Day in and day out, members opposite stand up and they ask supposed questions. Over 1,100 questions. I'm also the Minister of Indigenous Economic Development. 1,100 questions and not one question on Indigenous Economic Development. We're proud of that department that we stood up. October 2023, we took that as a priority. Indigenous business here in Manitoba is here to stay.
Order. I get it, it's the last day, but please restrain yourselves. We need to get through question period and conduct the business of the House, so everybody just keep it down. The Honourable Member for Lakeside.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This Minister of Municipal Relations stood in his place in this House and told dedicated Manitoba organizations that their funding was cut. His colleagues rose for him at times and addressed groups in the gallery that were denied funds, but reading off a list of successful applicants to rub salt into the wounds. Now we find out that while this minister was shortchanging summer camps and museums, he was lining his own pockets with public funds. This minister should be ashamed, is he?
That's where the money went.
The order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And it's funny that the member opposite talks about standing in his place. He did not stand in his place on Thursday to vote in favor of trans kids, in favor of two-spirit kids. Instead, tried to stand there and claim abstention. I don't have a voice. I don't have a say. We know 4 members voted opposite. 8 members did not show up to vote at all. And what did they do opposite?
Order, please. You can't reference whether members are present or not. The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Abstention is the way for them to cop out. That's plain and simple, Honourable Speaker. They sit there and they talk about voting in abstention or not voting, not supporting. Where were they? Where were they as a unified supposed group, supposed caucus, supposed government in waiting? Nowhere to be found. Abstention, abstention, abstention.
The Honourable Member for Lakeside on a supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, at the same time that community groups and municipalities were being told that their long-standing Green Team funding was cut, the Minister of Economic Development was sliding a $100,000 check across the cabinet table. Groups were told there wasn't enough money for them to get $5,000 for summer students. Instead, volunteer boards will need to do all their own labor. How does this minister justify telling so many Manitobans no when he insisted his cabinet colleague tell him yes?
He'll have a good summer.
The Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let's go through the list. Just for Interlake Gimli alone, Arborg Bifrost Parks and Recreation Commission, Clandeboye Community Club, Gimli Bible Camp, Arm of Coldwell, Arm of Grahamdale, Riverton and District Friendship Center, St. Andrews Community Club, St. Andrews Heritage Center, St. Leonard District Commission. Honourable Speaker, and that's just Interlake Gimli.
The Honourable Member for Lakeside on a final supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, if they weren't cut off entirely, groups still found their Green Team funding dramatically cut. They applied but were denied. They played by the rules and paid the price. Some will have to cut services and put off improvement projects. Others are taking on debt to not fire students. And this minister is breaking the Conflict of Interest Act to take a government contract he's not entitled to. That's NDP justice. Play by the rules and you get nothing. Join their team and you get whatever you want. Will the minister return this ill-gotten gains today?
The Honourable Minister, Municipal and Northern Relations.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I know the price tag to recruit PC candidates, $500,000 for Fort White, and that's just shameful to be able to do it. But let's talk about other projects within the Green Tea program. In Lakeside, Woodlands Recreation Commission, Western Lake Trading Company, Arm of Argyle, Center of Assiniboine Watershed District, Arm of Argyle, Gross Isle Memorial Park Recreation Club, Arm of Rosser, Grounds Maintenance, Arm of St. Francis Xavier, and many, many more, Honourable Speaker. I can go through the list all day long.
The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Checks for cabinet.
Honourable Speaker, the Retail Council of Canada has described Winnipeg as a hub of the organized retail theft world. And this minister's solution is overtime. This continues on with this government's track record of doing the bare minimum to qualify, putting out a press release saying mission accomplished. Under this minister and the NDP government, the only thing permanent is the closure of businesses in Fort Rouge. When will this Minister of Justice institute anything permanent rather than ineffective Band-Aid solutions?
Yeah, here.
The Honourable Minister Justice.
Honestly, Honourable Speaker, I'm flabbergasted that the member opposite would support reducing money and funding to law enforcement.
Shame.
On this side of the House, we stand with law enforcement. We stand shoulder to shoulder with retailers, with community organizations, and everybody that's trying to make our community safer throughout the province. But while he was chief of police in Brandon, of course, he knew all about overtime. Because his police department between 2017 and 2023 spent $8 million in overtime for his members.
Overtime.
So I asked the member opposite if it was good enough for him back then. Why is it not good enough for the people of Winnipeg and the Winnipeg Police Service now?
The Honourable Member for Brandon West on a supplementary question.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. This government is being reactive instead of proactive.
Right.
And supporting no one and surprising no one that it will take a tragedy to get this minister and his premier to turn their gaze outside of the perimeter into rural Manitoba. Last week in Brandon, we saw many of the same issues that Winnipeg has in one 24-hour block. Youth with a machete and bear spray. A woman arrested as part of an organized retail theft operation. A traffic stop concluded in concealed weapon charges, and police had to intervene with random assaults at the Brandon Regional Health Centre emergency room. And that is just what is being reported on. When will this minister start being proactive rather than reactive?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Honourable Speaker, we're working with the Mayor of Brandon, the Brandon Police, asking and seeking their advice to continue to enhance public safety in their city. Because we're listening to them, Honourable Speaker. Whereas the previous government never listened to the member from Brandon East when he was the chief of police. Because between 2020 and 2023, under his watch, theft under 5,000 went up by 28% in the city of Brandon. And he had no answer. He had no answer then. Members opposite continued to freeze and cut funding to police across the province, and he had no answer. Well, apparently, Honourable Speaker, he still has no answer today. Wow.
The Honourable Member for Brandon West on a final supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I wasn't aware that the member for Brandon East was the former police chief, so congratulations. Manitobans deserve to feel safe in their communities, and this minister has a responsibility to take action. He has a responsibility to support all law enforcement beyond just approving overtime. That is not a sustainable solution, especially considering announcement was exclusively targeted to Winnipeg. When will the rest of Manitobans be worth this Minister of Justice attention, or are you starting to defund rural policing?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Honourable Speaker, member opposite wants to make jokes. This is no laughing matter. This is important. It's important to provide the people of Manitoba assurances. It's why when we stepped up and we worked with the Retail Council, we worked with John Graham, who said we're encouraged by the response of the province to what we long known as a serious issue of retail crime and stretched resources at police services. When we work with folks like that, we're going to get results. But honestly, Honourable Speaker, it's surprising because year over year, the members opposite cut funding or froze funding to the Winnipeg Police Service, the Brandon Police Service, Manitoba First Nations Police Service, Altona Police Service, St. Anne's Police Service, Victoria Police Service, Springfield, and Winkler Police Services year over year. Member opposite
time
would like to stand.
expired. Order. Please direct questions through the chair, not directly to a minister. The Honourable Member for Roblin.
Every other province in Canada has either lowered the screening age for breast cancer or has announced their intention to do so. As of this morning, women in New Brunswick under the age of 50 can now self-refer for a mammogram. Meanwhile, in Manitoba, the NDP are hiding behind new national guidelines. Just last week, the Premier agreed with the recommendations, telling this House that the NDP would be working with the experts and following the guidelines that they have established. Guidelines that have been widely criticized and discredited by experts all across the country. The Premier made it clear he was willing to stand alone in Canada on this issue. Will the Minister of Health step in, do the right thing, and lower the screening age to 40 for breast cancer in Manitoba?
Time is expired. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Honourable Speaker, we recognize that the area of breast health in Manitoba is a top priority. It affects half of our population across the province. And we also recognize that after 7.5 years of the PCs cutting women's health care and those who need access to this health care, our government is not only doing the work of cleaning up their mess and building more capacity, but repairing relationships with the experts on the front lines who deliver this care. The member might want to take a moment to ask her colleague, the member for Steinbach, why when he was Minister of Health, they cut services to mobile breast screening. Perhaps he can provide clarity on that really important aspect of historical care that they cut.
Closing the Chairwoman's House.
The Honourable Member for Roblin on a supplementary question.
The Minister of Health is still refusing to answer the question. The Federal Minister of Health, Mark Holland, reacted to the new breast cancer screening guidelines last week, saying he was, quote, disappointed in the task force's decision and that the guidelines don't follow conversations he's had with experts across the country. These new guidelines that the Premier has committed to trivialize women's experiences navigating through the healthcare system. They list things like anxiety around follow-up appointments as legitimate reasons not to screen women sooner. Will the Minister of Health do the right thing, reject the new guidelines, and start the process of lowering the age for breast cancer screening to 40 today?
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Honourable Speaker, that member opposite and every member of that caucus opposite spent 7.5 years minimizing the realities that women face in terms of healthcare in this province. They cut access to mobile breast screening. They closed the Mature Women's Health Center that serves the demographic of women in this province most affected by breast cancer and breast cancer screening. They cut services for lactation consultants. They cut healthcare in so many ways across the province. It affected every demographic of diversity of women in Manitoba. On this side of the House, we are making sure that we take a thoughtful approach to ensuring that when we enhance access to breast cancer screening, we don't further disadvantage the women they disadvantaged for 7.5 years.
Time is expired. The Honourable Member for Roblin on a final supplementary question.
Countless expert-led organizations from all across Canada have come out to denounce the new breast cancer screening guidelines. This includes the Canadian Cancer Society, Breast Cancer Canada, Dense Breasts Canada, the Black Physicians Association of Ontario, and the Federal Health Minister himself. I will table comments from every single one of the organizations I just mentioned for the public record. There is no more evidence to review.
The NDP have the power to save the lives of Manitoba women, and they are refusing to act. Manitoba women can't afford to wait any longer. When will this minister enact a plan to lower the age for breast cancer screening to 40 in Manitoba?
Great.
The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Our government is taking a responsible and thoughtful approach. We are investing in improving capacity to technologists who provide this care. We are meeting with experts, including the ones the member just listed, which she's well aware of, to develop a strategy that meets the demographics here in our province. We are listening to survivors, and we are listening to those on the front lines who provide this care and meet with people on a daily basis. We are rolling out an approach in Manitoba that not only is going to enhance access for folks of, yes, younger ages, but also make sure that disadvantaged demographics that were hurt by 7 years of cuts, closures, and disrespect aren't going to be hurt by an approach taken too quickly. We've seen the impacts of not following the evidence across the country. We're putting Manitobans first. We're developing a plan that's going to meet.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Manitoba's Domestic Violence Death Review Committee is a multidisciplinary committee tasked with reviewing deaths that occur as a result of intimate partner violence. This committee creates a report which includes recommendations to prevent future deaths, which is then typically tabled in the Legislature and made public. Unfortunately, the committee has not convened for over half a decade, something I learned through consultation on Bill 209. Will the minister tell the House why this committee has not met since they have formed government, and explain why there has been such a lack of transparency from this government with respect to making reviews public?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I want to start by just thanking the member opposite for that important question. And the reality of domestic violence, supporting survivors here in this province, has been an absolute focus of this new government. It's been important for us to come together as a cabinet to look at solutions that are across and broad across all departments. It's important for us to work together as a team to address these issues. So it's important to work with the information that we're getting, and specifically any committees and any reports that have been produced. We're eager to work with that information to help support victims across our province.
The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park on a supplementary question.
Honourable Speaker, shelters, resource centres, advocates and researchers are all very concerned about the committee and the lack of meeting. One concern is that it remains unclear whether any recommendations from the reviews committees have been implemented by the government. These recommendations include that the committee be provided statistics on protection orders and that private space be provided at the courts for people to apply for orders. Can the minister explain how many of these recommendations have been implemented by the government to date?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, again, Honourable Speaker, this is a serious and important question from the member for Tyndall Park. I would hope that the member, the leader of the official opposition, would take it as seriously as it was. But I'm not surprised that all he has are heckling in this House and more heckling from members opposite who sat in a government who let this committee lapse, let these reports sit on shelves, and instead of acting, cut and froze across the board. We're taking a different approach, Honourable Speaker. We'll take action and we'll listen to the recommendations of committees that have done good work and reports that give us good information about how to address this very serious issue.
Right on. The Honourable Member for Tyndall Park on a final supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Bill 209, which received unanimous consent of the House at second reading, continues to await the government to move the bill to committee. I'm encouraged that all sides of the House recognize the importance of judicial education and the impact that it has on survivors of intimate partner violence. On Thursday, the Premier said in estimates, and I quote, "I could see how holding a committee would give us that additional opportunity to have a hearing of the perspectives to weigh different points as we entertain that work in government." Will the government House Leader follow through on the Premier's comments and allow public presenters to speak at committee for Bill 209 this year?
The Honourable Government House Leader, the Minister of Families.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. I also just want to touch base in respect of what the Minister of Justice has laid before the House. We are working collectively as government to address gender-based violence, and that was seen in our 2024 budget. And I just want to outline for the House and for the member opposite some of the things that we're doing. We have $2.7 million to support the National Action Plan to End Gender-Based Violence, which is funding a variety of frontline organizations and agencies that are doing this really important work. We have $13.7 million investment in a new gender-based violence enhancement program to the Canada-Manitoba Housing Benefit that will protect folks that are fleeing immediately. We've got $1.4 million.
Time has expired. The Honourable Member for Waverley.
Honourable Speaker, for 7.5 very long years, the PCs failed to act. They chose to stand by callously and watch as families lost loved ones to drug-related deaths. Our government is taking a different approach. We're investing in our communities to save lives. Can the Minister of Housing, Addictions and Homelessness please share with Manitobans about the steps our government is taking to fight the drug crisis in our province?
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Addiction and Homelessness.
Miigwech, and I wanted to thank my colleague for that great question. We've inherited the heartbreaking legacy of the failed PC government, surging rates of overdose deaths and HIV transmissions. These are preventable deaths and preventable transmissions. The PCs refuse to support a supervised consumption site despite overwhelming evidence. Our government is taking a different approach. For the first time ever, Sunshine House's mobile overdose prevention site, or MOPS, will receive provincial funding. Wow. We're investing $589,000 in MOPS to continue providing mobile overdose prevention services and connecting with some of the most vulnerable residents in Winnipeg. Our government is here to support everyone, including the most vulnerable in our province.
Time has expired. The Honourable Member for Portage-La Prairie.
Honourable Speaker, last July, the amazing staff at Stepping Stones Educare in Portage-La Prairie started to apply for a grant to expand nursery school spaces. The deadline has been pushed back time and time and time again by the NDP, and almost a year later, still nothing, even after many letters written to the minister. When will this minister give our early childhood educators the respect they deserve and deliver this grant?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This member knows that he can talk to the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning at any time during the session. As a matter of fact, we've had many conversations, and this is a very important issue. So important that our government increased funding 5% to early learning and childcare. This government increased the wage salary scale close to 3% so we can keep workers. Here's what's also important. What the previous government did before never matched the demand, never matched the requirements. What they get now with an NDP government is a true government that's going to respond to these demands throughout our mandate.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Portage-La Prairie on a supplementary question.
I'm not sure if that meant, Honourable Speaker, I'm not sure if that meant whether they're getting the grant or not. In Portage-La Prairie, there are over 500 children on wait lists for childcare spaces. This is having a dramatic impact on families. The NDP decision to cancel new schools and new childcare spaces simply increased this pressure. There is no reason to leave childcare providers in the dark and needlessly delay greatly needed spaces. Why has this minister refused to respond to this daycare after 9 months?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I do want to remind a member of what we're doing to address all of these demands on the system. Finally, a government was elected that is actually going to react to these demands. What happened before? They never reacted to anything. As a matter of fact, before, at the rate they were creating spaces, would have taken 30 years, Honorable Speaker. Right now, we're going to have a plan to create 8,500 spaces. End of next year, 13,500 spaces. What did they create? Very little. We have a government now that's actually listening to the sector and is going to get the job done.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Portage La Prairie on a final supplementary question.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The great folks of Stepping Stones Educare laid out a plan to add more spaces. Since last fall, the minister seems to have been too busy to respond to communication from the centre. They have done all they can to meet the needs in our community, and now they need this government to step up. But wait, there's more. A full-time neurologist can't go to work at Boundary Trails Health Centre because they don't have health care or child care. Will this minister finally pick up this file, do the right thing, and give it the review it deserves? Yes or...
The Honourable First Minister.
Our minister and our government are adding childcare spaces across the entire province. Right. But I do feel compelled to call out once again the act of hatred we saw from members opposite. We've heard from so many constituents, including one from Steinbach, who wrote, and I quote, "You will never understand the damage of denying someone's existence or implying that their existence is in any way wrong. I truly hope for a future where we have more compassionate, kind, and open-minded leaders in this community," end quote. That's a constituent from Steinbach, and what I would say is when you elect Manitoba NDP MLAs, you get compassionate, you get open-minded, and you get kind leaders. So I want to thank Manitobans for sending so many members of our team to this chamber so we could pass our first budget, so we could reopen emergency rooms, so that we could cut the gas tax, and we could make life better for every single person in this province.
Time
We're one
expired.
Manitoba.
Order, please. Order. Did anybody hear me say order? I have a statement for the House. As the House is expected to adjourn later today for our summer break, I'm encouraging all members to remove the contents of their desks today. I would also encourage folks to recycle as much of the material as possible. However, the big blue bins here inside the chamber are designated for recycling copies of Hansard only, as these can be reused by Hansard and the Legislative Library. Any other material you would like to recycle may be placed in the larger recycling containers in the message rooms located just beside the chamber. Thank you. Orders of the day. Government business, but first I'll recognize the honourable member for Borderland.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I would like to announce that the Standing Committee on Public Accounts will meet on Thursday, June 20th, 2024 at 1 p.m. to consider the annual report and public accounts of the province of Manitoba for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, as well as the Auditor General's report, public accounts, and other financial statement audits dated December 20.
Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition will come to order. I've got a member speaking that I can't hear. The Honourable Member for Borderland.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I finished unless you'd like me to do it again.
No, that's good. The Honorable Government House Leader.
Nope.
Sorry. It has been announced that the Standing Committee on Public Accounts will meet on Thursday, June 20th, 2024 at 1 p.m. to consider annual report and public accounts of the province of Manitoba for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023, and the Auditor General's report, public accounts, and other financial statements audited dated December 2023. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker. In accordance with Section 35 of the sessional order passed by this House on November 9th, 2023, I am seeking leave of the House to amend that same sessional order so that in the first paragraph, bracket June 3rd, 2024, bracket, is replaced by bracket the start of the second session of the 43rd Legislature.
Is there leave to amend the sessional order passed by this House on November 9, 2023, so that the first paragraph, June 3, 2024, is replaced by the start of the second session of the 43rd Legislature? Is there leave? Leave has been granted. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker. In accordance with the Rule Agreement on May 21st, 2024, I am tabling a list identifying the specified bills to be considered by the House today in the order they will be considered. Please note, as per the same House agreement, Bills 29, 30, 31, 33, 34, and 36 shall be considered as specified bills. For the record, the following is the order in which the House will be considering concurrence and third reading of specified bills today. Bills 8, 6, 24, 11, 14, 20, 19, 29, 30, 34, 15, 17, 18, 23, 33, 31, 5, 10, 13, 22, and 36.
So, as per the agreement in the House on May 21st, 2024, this afternoon the House will consider concurrence and third reading of eligible government bills under the limited debate provisions as set out in Rule 2, bracket 14. For each such bill, the minister, critic from the official opposition, and member for Tyndall Park may speak for a maximum of 10 minutes per bill. The House will now adjourn until all applicable, the House will not adjourn until all applicable questions have been put and royal assent has been granted. In accordance with our rules, all matters of privilege and points of order are deferred until after these actions have been concluded. We will now consider the bills in the order announced by the Honourable Government House Leader. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Infrastructure and Transportation, that Bill number 8, the Safe Access to Abortion Services Act, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister Families that Bill number, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that Bill number 8, the Safe Access to Abortion Services Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and be now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Families.
Right on.
Yeah, we're supposed to.
Yes.
I was hoping it would dip my cue.
Miigwech, Honourable Speaker. First and foremost, let me just say I'm pleased to put a couple of words on the record in respect of Bill 8. It has been a long journey to get here, almost 6 years for this day, for Manitoba to join other provinces across the country to have abortion buffer zones. I want to point out, and I just want to reiterate in this House, as I have more than on one occasion, that members opposite voted against Manitobans having access to unencumbered, safe reproductive justice and reproductive health. They've voted down my bills. They've obstructed these bills for the last 6 years, but not today. I think it's important to recognize that while folks will say, every time I post something on social media, inevitably you'll have men who will say, you know what, shut up, do your job, there's no problem with abortion here in Canada, you're just trying to cause division and you're just trying to whine and nag. Inevitably, every single time I post anything about abortion, that is what I get on social media. The reality is that we continue to have elective conservative members across the country that will continue to publicly voice their opposition to abortion and abortion access. And so we do have to worry about abortion access here in Manitoba and certainly across the country. It is explicitly important to understand that abortion is health care. It's nothing else but health care. And I know that there are folks, particularly at the federal level, we have elected Conservative members that are doing everything in their power to open up the legislative debate on abortion. And they're seeking to do that so that there can be a constitutional challenge to reproductive health and in particular access to abortion. In fact, just this past weekend, a member of the Association for Reformed Political Action Canada, he exercised his right for freedom of expression, and he wrote an article in the Free Press. And in that article, he said that Bill 8 was unnecessary because that violent and intimidating events are a thing of the past. Anyone who goes to our women's hospital or the women's health clinic knows that that's not true. We know that there are anti-choice protesters who stand in the way and impede access to any of these facilities. We know that's not our experience here. I want to share just a couple of statements that have been shared with me over the years, and some of these just more recently. So Manitobans have shared with me, and I quote, "Having worked at HSC campus for many years, I can confirm that they were indeed impeding access," end quote. Another one, I quote, "Also, beyond impeding access, they are traumatizing adults and children with graphic images." Last week, there was an individual in Ontario that has abortion buffer zone acts that repeatedly broke the law by going in front of these abortion clinics and standing there because she believed she was spreading the word of God, and she was carrying signs and trying to harass individuals that were going before facilities to access reproductive health. Last month, as many of us saw, we saw at the federal level Conservative members bringing forth in Parliament petitions. I think they had like 46 signatures, so I don't even know if you can really call it a petition. It's a pretty sad statement on his part. But needless to say, he stood up in the House and used language trying to situate so that we can open up this abortion debate. And again, it's important to recognize that the federal progressive Conservatives have repeatedly, time and time and time again, introduced bills and legislation into the House seeking to impede and restrict abortion access. Wow. Let me just say this. I'm going to say this to all the men. Imagine walking up to the no scalpel vasectomy clinic in Altona, or the Billenkoff Vasectomy Center in Winnipeg, or the Steinbach Family Medical Center for your vasectomy. And you're met with individuals that are carrying signs and images of penises or slogans saying, and I quote, like, save the semen, or don't do it, you're gonna regret it. That all of a sudden, as you're walking through this, assault of images, you're gonna be like, you know what? I'm actually not gonna get that vasectomy. It would never happen because you made that decision between you and your healthcare provider. Right. And so I would submit that if men had to go through that to access their vasectomies, there'd be a law. There'd be a law on the books quicker than any of us could blink. And so let me just say this. There's a connection between individuals who want to stand on the wrong side of history based in these archaic draconian laws that tell women and gender diverse folks what we can do with our bodies. There's a connection in respect of supporting 2S LGBTQIA's community's right to exist. We saw just a mere couple of days ago 4 members stand up in this House and publicly vote against trans and two-spirited Manitobans' right to be seen and to exist. Wow. There is a connection between those two. And so they're opposed to equal rights, and they hone their skills on employing harmful extremist rhetoric. So either it's in respect of the right for Manitobans who are 2S LGBTQIA to exist, and what women and gender diverse folks can do with our bodies. Let me just say this in the last couple of minutes that I have.
Take your time.
As I have said many, many, many times in the past, is that if you're against abortion, don't have one. You do not have the right to tell anybody what they can do with their body and what they are able to choose and what is best for their life. You don't get the right to tell other people what to do with their body. These are your beliefs. They're not mine. They're not anybody on this side's beliefs. There may be some on their side, but that's their business. Don't have an abortion if you get pregnant. If you want to march and pray and carry signs and talk about abortion, you're free to do so, again, here at the Manitoba Legislature, anytime you want, 24/7, 365 days of the year. Knock yourself out, come and protest, do you. But you now, in a couple of hours, will not be allowed legally to do it 150 meters away from a hospital, an abortion clinic, an abortion provider's home. You are now no longer to be right front and center impeding people's access with assaulting imaging and your harassment. Finally, let me just say this. I dedicate Bill 8 to all of the folks who have fought for so long for reproductive justice. But more importantly, I dedicate Bill 8 to all of our relatives in the United States who have been, for the last many years, just assaulted with a violation of people's human rights to be able to access health care. I dedicate it to the women who are almost losing their lives because they can't access abortion. I dedicate it to the women that are being arrested and charged because they're having abortions. I dedicate it to the children, 9 and 10-year-old little girls who are being forced to birth babies when they themselves are babies. I dedicate Bill 8 to those that are on the front lines of being able to protect their citizens who are accessing abortion. I dedicate this to all of our relatives, and my commitment to you is that I will never, ever be quiet about this and continue to raise awareness and highlight what you folks are going through in the United States. And finally, I will never, ever allow that to happen here in Manitoba or across Canada. Miigwech.
Right on, Minister.
The question before the House. Are there any other speakers? The honourable member for Tyndall Park.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I did just want to be able to rise and speak just very briefly. This legislation has been brought forward over the last few years several times. We have had the opportunity to debate it at length. I just think it is critically important that people have these services available to them. Women have the choice to do as they wish with their body, and they should never have to question whether they will be able to do this with safety and with dignity, Honourable Speaker. So I do want to thank the Minister for bringing forward this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Are there no other speakers? The question before the House then is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 8, the Safe Access to Abortion Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Opposition House Leader. The bill is passed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
A recorded vote, Honourable Speaker.
A recorded vote has been requested. Call in the members. Order, please. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I'm directing the bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 8, the Safe Access to Abortion Services Act. All those in the chamber in favor, please rise. Order.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Altamare.
Honorable Minister Altamare.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Minister Azarbara.
Honorable Minister Asaguera.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Ms. Laughlin.
Ms. Laughlin.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Simard.
Honorable Mr. Simard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Emily Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
Emily Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
Emily Chen.
MLA Chen.
Emily Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
Emily Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
Emily Devgan.
Emily Devgan.
Emily Cross.
MLA Cross.
Emily Loiselle.
MLA Loiselle.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
Emily Delacruz.
MLA Delacruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
Emily Morose.
MLA Morose.
Mr. Vazio.
Mr. Vasily.
Emily Lamoureux.
MLA Lamoureux.
All those in the chamber opposed, please rise.
Okay.
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnston.
Mr. Panouk.
Mr. Panyuk.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Gertson.
Mr. Gertson.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Balkin.
Mr. Balkin.
Mr. Schuler.
Mr.
Order.
Schuler.
Emily Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. Order, please. During the conducting of a vote in this House, I need to be heard in silence and the pages need to be heard in silence. So I would ask all members to please show that respect. We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with I vote yes or I vote no, only when your name is called. I'd also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized and then immediately mute it again once they've declared their vote. The page will now conduct the vote.
Mr. Ginter.
I vote no.
Mr. Ginter votes no.
Emily Lagasse.
I vote no.
MLA Lagasse votes no. Well done. Yeas 29, nays 19.
The motion is accordingly passed. We will now consider concurrence and third reading of Bill number 6, the Manitoba Assistance Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Families.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Education, that Bill number 6, the Manitoba Assistance Amendment Act, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
It has Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Families, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, that Bill number 6, the Manitoba Assistance Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Families.
Which, Honourable Speaker. The Manitoba Assistance Act establishes and defines the financial assistance and other benefits that are available through the Employment and Income Assistance EIA program to Manitobans that have no other way to support themselves or their families. The Act establishes employment obligations to maintain ongoing eligibility for benefits. Bill 6 updates the Manitoba Assistance Act by making it explicit that the director must consider whether or not adult education is the most appropriate employment enhancement measure for a Manitoban to undertake in the fulfillment of their work expectations. In practice, the activities will fulfill work expectations that are determined through assessment of the recipient's personal circumstances and through discussion between the EIA recipient and their case counselor. Activities that fulfill work expectations can range from participation in employment programming, educational upgrading, or rehabilitative treatment, to working with the counselor to make a plan to address other social or medical barriers. The assistance regulation further specifies satisfactory employment enhancement measures may include vocational or other employment-related training or literacy or educational upgrading. I'm pleased to read this in for concurrence and third reading, and I just want to say this, as I said in second reading of Bill 6, I want to acknowledge all those folks that are working at EIA. They work incredibly hard, and I lift them up for the work that they do, working with Manitobans, and this is just another tool in our toolbox to ensure that Manitobans get the supports that they need with dignity and with respect, and education is a key component to that. And my hope, our party's hope, or our government's hope, is that Bill 6 helps to contribute to the empowerment of so many Manitobans to gain further employment, meaningful employment, because I think that everybody can agree, we can all agree that employment is something that gives us purpose, and I hope that this is one tool that will help on that path. Finally, again, I just want to say miigwech to each and every folks that work at our EIA offices across Manitoba. I, as the minister responsible, am proud to work alongside you. Miigwech.
Right on.
The Honourable Member for Morden Winkler.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to put a few words on the record in regards to Bill 6, the Manitoba Assistance Amendment Act. The amendment brought forward will legally entrench the consideration of adult education in the process of determining how an EIA recipient will meet program expectations. We know that in practice, EIA recipients and their case counselors discuss what activities will fulfill the work expectations required for eligibility. I know personally how important it is to give help and give hope to those that need the extra encouragement from an EI worker or counselor. I want to thank the great program workers I want to thank the great program workers that work with EIA recipients. The work you do and the words that you use has the power to change the trajectory of those looking to improve their lives through this EIA adult education program. We support all individuals in their pursuit of finding meaningful work and employment within our province. Thank you again to all those that work with recipients of this program, and I look forward to seeing the success of many, many of the adults that are in the EIA program. Thank you.
The question before the House is third reading and concurrence of Bill number 6, the Manitoba Assistance Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. So now we're moving on to concurrence and third reading of Bill number 24, the Intimate Image Protection Amendment Act, distribution of fake intimate images. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, that Bill number 24, the Intimate Image Protection Amendment Act, distribution of fake intimate images, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read a third time and passed.
Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, that Bill number 24, the Intimate Image Protection Amendment Act, distribution of fake intimate images, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
All right. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The Intimate Images Protection Act has been an important piece of legislation brought forward by our government in this first session as government. This is an important piece of legislation to protect Manitobans from having their intimate images shared without their consent, and establishing the protocols to respond by establishing a new civil remedy by allowing for a person whose intimate image was distributed without their consent to sue the person who distributed it. The emergence of AI-generated or so-called deep fake images, which can be hyper-realistic, are a growing concern. However, currently, the Intimate Images Protection Act is limited to actual photographs, film or video recordings. Bill 24 expands the definition to include visual recordings that were created or altered using electronic means, including software, machine learning, and other types of AI. The amendments extend access to civil remedies for those who have had these fake intimate images of them shared without their consent. Changes are fully supported by the Canadian Centre for Child Protection and the Uniform Law Conference of Canada. They align with changes made in other jurisdictions, including New Brunswick, BC, Saskatchewan, and PEI. By supporting survivors and giving them the additional avenues for recourse, they also align with the priorities of the MMIWG2S and Gender-Based Violence Committee of Cabinet, an important step in the right direction by this government. This is an important move to keep us at the forefront of emerging technologies and protect those most vulnerable in our communities. I ask all members in this House to support this important legislation and pass this at third reading and have it receive royal assent here this afternoon. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Morden Winkler.
Here, here. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I want to thank the member across the way here for bringing this legislation forward. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to put a few words on the record in regards to Bill 24, the Intimate Images Protection Amendment Act, distribution of fake intimate images. First of all, I would like to recognize my colleague MLA from Midland for her work on a similar piece of legislation that she put on the order paper for this spring. So we are all on the same page with this one, and I appreciate that this has been brought forward. We know that technology has rapidly evolved and has been used to exploit vulnerable individuals in our community through the use of AI and computer-generated images and videos. Protecting individuals from predators is of the utmost importance for our PC team, and I believe for the whole chamber today. There have been deeply troubling examples in our province where intimate images have been generated and distributed. It is important that government take action to address the very serious nature of these crimes, and criminals are held responsible. This is very important legislation, and I'm proud to stand and speak to that. Thank you very much.
The question before the House is concurrent and third reading of Bill number 24, the Intimate Image Protection Amendment Act, distribution of fake intimate images. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed, and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Miigwech Shah, Honourable Speaker. A recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Call in the members. Order, please. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I am directing the bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill number 11, the statutes and, Bill number 24, the Intimate Image Protection Amendment Act, distribution of fake intimate images. All those in the House in favor of the motion, please rise.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Altamare.
Honorable Minister Altamare.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Minister Asaguara.
Honorable Minister Asaguera.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Iwaska.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Pinook.
Mr. Pinook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Wharton.
Ms. Laughlin.
Ms. Laughlin.
Honorable Mr. Bushy. Sorry.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Samar.
Honorable Mr. Simard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Malloway. Oh, sorry. Mr. Gertson.
Mr. Gertson.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Schuler.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Devgun.
MLA Devgan.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Lozel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Dela Cruz.
MLA De La Cruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
MLA Moroz.
MLA Moroz.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Pashot.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
MLA Lamoureux.
MLA Lamoureux.
Mr. Vasiliu.
Mr. Vasily.
We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes. All those in the chamber opposed, please rise. We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, only when your name is called. I would also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized and then immediately mute it again once they've declared their vote. The page will now conduct the virtual vote.
Mr. Ginter.
I vote yes.
Mr. Ginter votes yes.
MLA Lagasse.
I vote yes.
MLA Lagasse votes yes. Ayes 50, nays 0.
I declare the motion passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill number 11, the Statutes and Regulations Amendment and Interpretation Amendment Act. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that Bill number 11, the Statutes and Regulations Amendment Interpretation Amendment Act, be reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in, and now read for a third time and passed.
Been moved by the Honorable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Finance, that Bill number 11, the Statutes and Regulations Amendment and Interpretation Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
All right. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Happy to bring Bill number 11 here to the Chamber for third reading. The bill brings forward amendments that are related to keeping the statute book of Manitoba in good order. It deals with three matters: gender neutrality, minor amendments and corrections and regulations, and proclamation commencement dates. It provides two legislative tools for efficiently updating the language of acts and regulations to achieve gender neutrality, which I was pleased to see supported by many members of the House. Replacing gendered language, either he or she, with they is an important way to demonstrate the progress that we've made in society and the laws that govern our society. A consequential amendment is also made to the Interpretation Act to reflect gender diversity. The bill gives the Lieutenant Governor and Council a restricted, time-limited regulation-making power to make minor or administrative amendments to regulations. This will allow for efficient updating and corrections to Manitoba's regulations and fulfills a frequent request from government departments and government agencies for an expeditious process, or MACA-like process for regs. Finally, the Interpretation Act is amended to allow for proclamations that bring an act into force to be amended or revoked before the coming into force date set out in the original proclamation. This clarifies the legal ability to make a change to a proclamation that has already been made. It is similar to a provision in the Ontario Legislature. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
There are no one wishing to speak, then the question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 11, the Statutes and Regulations Amendment and Interpretation Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Bill 14.
Patience. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 14, the Minor Amendment and Corrections Act 2024. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that Bill number 14, the Minor Amendments and Corrections Act 2024, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that Bill number 14, the Minor Amendments and Corrections Act 2024, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Glad to know there's so much enthusiasm for this important piece of legislation. As previously been discussed, this bill is the annual omnibus bill that is primarily concerned with correcting typographical, numbering, and minor drafting and translation errors in Manitoba's statute book. This bill also contains minor amendments to several acts. This year, MACA deals with French language improvements, amendments to references to judges, and the amending of French names of the Law Society of Manitoba following a request from the Law Society of Manitoba. I look forward to swift passage of this bill. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
No other members wishing to discuss this bill. The question before the House then is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 14, the Minor Amendments and Corrections Act 2024. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 20, the Highway Traffic Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Agriculture, that Bill number 20, the Highway Traffic Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, that Bill number 20, the Highway Traffic Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. This important bill amends the Highway Traffic Act to support the implementation of the Highway Traffic Amendment Act, which came into force on May 1st, 2023, and imposed the requirements for individuals dealt with through the alternative measures to have an ignition interlock device. The HTA prevents people from appealing against the ignition interlock requirement itself. However, it does not prevent people from appealing the suspension of their license if they refuse to comply with the ignition interlock requirement. Allowing these appeals could enable these individuals to delay the installation of the ignition interlock device with potential public safety implications. The amendment will address the appeal loophole in the alternative measures by allowing Manitoba Public Insurance to immediately implement the ignition interlock requirement for individuals undergoing the alternative measures program without the possibility of reneging on their obligations for full compliance. In this way, the amendment will also keep the License Suspension Appeal Board from hearing frivolous appeals filed by individuals who have agreed to participate in alternative measures to avoid criminal prosecution, but then do not comply with that agreement and have their licenses suspended as a result. I look forward to unanimous support to move this bill to Royal Assent. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
All right. There are no other members wishing to speak. The question before the House then is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 20, the Highway Traffic Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 19, the Drivers and Vehicles Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Sport, Culture, Heritage, and Tourism, that Bill number 19, the Drivers and Vehicles Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Sport, Culture, Heritage and Tourism, that Bill number 19, the Drivers and Vehicles Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Right. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The Driver and Vehicle Amendment Act currently does not allow MPI to designate a trailer as salvageable, irreparable, or rebuilt. With these proposed amendments, the provisions dealing with written-off salvageable and irreparable motor vehicles would now apply to heavy trailers, those with a gross vehicle weight of, rating of over 4,500 kilograms. Currently, trailers automatically receive the same normal status designation after they are repaired and re-registered. This means that trailers that have been written off can be purchased at a salvage auction and re-registered without being subject to an inspection to verify that they are roadworthy. It also means that consumers who subsequently purchase these trailers have no record of their claim history or an accurate estimate of their true value. This situation can also happen to trailers purchased from other jurisdictions and brought to Manitoba, where they receive normal status upon registration. With these proposed amendments, MPI will be authorized to designate trailers with the status that accurately reflects their condition and claims history. This bill is about protecting consumers while keeping our roads safe, and I look forward to the support of all members for this bill. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
There are no other members wishing to speak. The question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 19, the Drivers and Vehicles Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill number 29, the Body Armor and Fortified Vehicle Control Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister for Indigenous Economic Development and Municipal Relations, that Bill number 29, the Body Armor and Fortified Vehicle Control Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations and Indigenous Economic Development, that Bill number 29, the Body Armor and Fortified Vehicle Control Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. The bill before the House today, Bill number 29, the Body Armor and Fortified Vehicle Control Amendment Act, will create amendments that will prohibit aftermarket, sophisticated hidden compartments in vehicles, with limited exceptions for hidden compartments designed by the manufacturer for aftermarket installation, as well as those that are widely available to the general public. This bill will enable law enforcement to seize and forfeit vehicles with such a compartment, which are often used to traffic drugs, money, and firearms on the sole grounds that they have an aftermarket hidden compartment. These proposed amendments also remove the requirement for Manitoba Justice to destroy these vehicles so that they can be used once again for training purposes. The amendments in this bill also address a significant gap in the current legislation by allowing police and inspectors to seize the vehicles on the sole grounds of having that aftermarket hidden compartment. The legislation will allow us to get tougher on drug traffickers, prohibiting the distribution of toxic drugs that are hurting our communities. This is an important part of our legislative agenda about getting tough on crime, about going after organized crime and going after those that seek to damage our communities. And I look forward to unanimous support of this bill. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
If there are no other members wishing to discuss this bill, the question before the House then is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 29, the Body Armor and Fortified Vehicle Control Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to Bill number 30, concurrence and third reading on the We will move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 30, the Unexplained Wealth Act, Criminal Forfeiture Act, and Corporations Act amended. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Housing, Addictions, and Homelessness, that Bill number 30, the Unexplained Wealth Act, Criminal Property Forfeiture Act, and Corporations Act amended, be reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in, and now read a third time and passed.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Housing, Addictions and Homelessness, that Bill number 30, the Unexplained Wealth Act, Criminal Property Forfeiture Act, and Corporations Act amended, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And all joking aside, Honourable Speaker, I do hope that there is additional debate on this important legislation, because I think it's important that the official opposition get up and put on the record why. Explain to Manitobans why they delayed this important piece of legislation for weeks upon weeks in this legislature. Many of them stood up and were very, very clear that this was a political game or a tool that they were using as part of a negotiation. Well, I can tell members opposite that folks in law enforcement, including those that specifically wrote letters in support of Bill 30 and asked this legislature to pass those pieces of legislation quickly, did not find it funny, did not find it a game, did not find it something that should be politicized. And so I call on members opposite to now stand up and explain why they would delay this important legislation, talking out of one side of their mouth as if they support law enforcement, on the other side of their mouth they refuse to pass this important legislation, and maybe they can explain to Manitobans exactly why they held this bill up week after week after week. Because ultimately, Honourable Speaker, this bill is about protecting our communities, about doing everything in our power to challenge organized crime, and about giving law enforcement the tools that they need to crack down on bringing toxic drugs, chaos, and misery into our communities. The bill makes extensive amendments that have been discussed repeatedly ad nauseum in this House. It was developed by our leaders in our criminal property forfeiture unit, alongside experts from across the country in experts in asset forfeiture. This is legislation that was brought forward in a way that should give everybody the clear idea that it was developed with smart, well-informed information from across this country to bring us to the forefront to going after organized crime. And yet members opposite continue to heckle, to make light of this situation. And honestly, Honourable Speaker, I think that speaks more to their where their caucus comes to this issue, that they think that it's political rather than being an important issue we need to deal with as a House. These include requiring corporations to disclose beneficial ownership of to law enforcement, regulatory bodies, and the Director of Criminal Property Forfeiture, providing the Director with more tools to investigate, to seize, and forfeit proceeds of instruments of unlawful activity, requiring the courts to presume that recovered cash is the proceeds of unlawful activity if it is mailed or shipped with no information or false information, and it also adds cryptocurrency to the definition of property. And of course, it establishes the unexplained wealth orders. There's a clear fact that needs to be once again highlighted here in this House. Preliminary disclosure orders, something the members opposite tout over and over and over again in hour upon hour of frivolous speech. The regime that they had created and is now in place here in this province for the kinds of types of assets where moving forward we would now use the unexplained wealth orders, has never even been used in this province. It's never been employed because the tool simply isn't robust enough. And so it stands to reason that we need to make improvements. We need to continue to make sure that legislative regime keeps pace with the increasing complexity of organized crime. And that's exactly what this legislation does. As a final word, in the course of getting this legislation through the House to the committee stage, we tabled 3 letters from law enforcement, Honourable Speaker, that gave their strong support to the measures contained in Bill 30. The Winnipeg Police Association, the National Police Federation, and the Manitoba Association of Chiefs of Police all back the measures contained in this bill. In fact, the only group or the only folks that I can see in this entire province that seem to not support this bill has been the official opposition. So now, it's up to the members opposite to stand up to explain why they would delay such an important legislation. And if they do in fact now support this legislation, why is it that they decided for weeks upon weeks to hold up the work of this legislature to get this legislation rolled out and used in the field? And Honourable Speaker, I think it's incumbent on each one of them to stand up, speak to those law enforcement in their own home communities and ask them, do they support Bill 30? because now all of a sudden members opposite, well, we'll see how they vote today. But I think it's pretty clear, Honorable Speaker, that they knew the value in this bill, they understand the work that our government's doing, and all they can see is what's right in front of their noses, and that's political division and partisanship. That's all this party has to offer Manitobans. Manitobans rejected that. They're supporting a party that's getting tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The honourable member for Brandon West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This gives me a third opportunity to put words on the record about criminal property forfeiture and Bill 30, and I'm very happy to do that because the Minister of Justice has made this a very political issue and spewed political rhetoric today about this bill. And really, what it is an insult to law enforcement and the great work and dedication that is done by every law enforcement member across this great province of ours. On this side of the House, we unequivocally support law enforcement. And I have to ask the minister on a number of these bills if he does. And we saw that divisiveness last week and again today, where the support only goes to one police agency in all of the province. And they're looking at the rest of the province as being on their own. So if they truly supported law enforcement, and truly had this great relationship that this minister speaks about with law enforcement, they would support all law enforcement, not just winners and losers that they pick. Again, it was important legislation, Honourable Speaker, and that is why we wanted to put so many words on the record about this legislation. This legislation enables police and peace officers, as well as the investigators from criminal property forfeiture, to do the great work on behalf of Manitobans and take money out of criminals' hands and put it into programs that help victims, that help those that are suffering because of the consequences of crime, and to help police services with programming and funding for equipment and other services that can help protect all Manitobans, not just one jurisdiction. Also, Honourable Speaker, it's important that, again, we recognize on this side of the House we respect all law enforcement. I have never seen any of our members call on the defunding of police, and words put on record within this House, this very House, and in Hansard, of defunding the police and doing marches in support of defund the police. You'll not see that on this side of the House, and we'll make sure that we continually support law enforcement, Honourable Speaker. So, in closing, Honourable Speaker, I think I've answered. We could talk some more on the great work of the criminal property forfeiture and the work that it's done for this province and for policing agencies and to support policing agencies and support all of those different areas that again support law enforcement. But I'd be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to the previous director of criminal property forfeiture and the new director of criminal property forfeiture. So Mr. Gord Schumacher and Ms. Melinda Murray, their staff, and all law enforcement who make sure that, we like to thank them. And reiterate that we support them unequivocally. And we support all of their work, not just selected areas of work. So with those words, Honourable Speaker, thank you very much.
We're here.
Order. If there are no other people wishing to debate, the question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill number 30, the Unexplained Wealth Act, Criminal Property Forfeiture Act, and Corporations Act amended. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion passed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
A recorded vote, Honourable Speaker.
A recorded vote has been asked for. Call in the members. Order, please. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I'm directing the bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is third reading and concurrence of Bill 30, the Unexplained Wealth Act, Criminal Property Forfeiture Act, and Corporations Act amended. All those in the House in favor of the bill, please rise. Order. I'd kind of like us to keep quiet while the page is doing the vote, please.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Altomare.
Honorable Minister Altomare.
Honorable Mr. Wiebe.
Honorable Mr. Wiebe.
Honorable Minister Azaguara.
Honorable Minister Asaguera.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Kostitian.
Honorable Mr. Kostitian.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Panouk.
Mr. Panouk.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Wharton.
Ms. Laughlin.
Ms. Laughlin.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Simard.
Honorable Mr. Simard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
Emily Redhead.
Emily Redhead.
Mr. Gertzen.
Mr. Gertzen.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Balkin.
Mr. Balkin.
Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Schuler.
Emily Malloway.
Emily Malloway.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
Emily Chen.
Emily Chen.
Emily Moyes.
Emily Moyes.
Emily Kennedy.
Emily Kennedy.
Emily Devgan.
Emily Devgan.
Emily Cross.
Emily Cross.
Emily Loisel.
Emily Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
Emily Delacruz.
Emily Delacruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
Emily Morose.
Emily Morose.
Emily Bariza.
Emily Bariza.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Prashot.
Mr. Prashot.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Emily Lamoureux.
Emily Lamoureux.
Mr. Vosloo.
Mr. Vosloo.
All those in the House opposed to the motion, please rise. We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, only when your name is called. I would also remind members to unmute their mics only when they are recognized and then immediately mute it again once they've declared their vote. The page will now conduct the virtual vote.
Mr. Ginter.
I vote yes.
Mr. Ginter votes yes.
Emily Lagasse.
I vote yes.
Emily Lagasse votes yes. Well done, man. Ayes 50, nays 0.
I declare the motion accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 34, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Amendment Act. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure and Consumer Protection and Government Services, that Bill number 34, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
It's been moved by the Honorable Minister of Justice, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure, Consumer Protection, and Government Services that Bill number 34, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed. The Honorable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm pleased to bring Bill number 34 to the Legislature for third reading. This bill, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Amendment Act, which has been reported from the Standing Committee on Economic and Social Development, is an important bill, and I am happy to bring it forward for third reading today. The repeal that is being contemplated before this legislature would align Manitoba with provinces across Canada by allowing adults aged 19 and older to grow up to 4 cannabis plants per residence, as permitted already by the Federal Cannabis Act. It would also create the authority for robust safety and security requirements to be established in regulation so that we can keep our kids and our communities safe. Recreational cannabis has been legal in Manitoba for over 5 years now. 8 other provinces allow for homegrown cannabis in addition to the Yukon and the Northwest Territories. And so as we move forward with legalization, we will also have the benefit of learning from the best practices in other jurisdictions, specifically those related to safety and security. The regulatory framework, which will now be undertaken, will be developed through a robust consultation with organizations like law enforcement and organizations like MAD Canada, and with others to prioritize public safety with a focus on protecting youth. There is some concern amongst members opposite that this will be a large part of the market. We understand that this is actually anticipated to be fairly limited in its scope, but it is an important part of bringing Manitoba in line with other provinces and meeting with the federal regulations already in place. It's important for us as a province to be responsive to the market and to the needs of individuals within Manitoba, but to always do it in a safe way, in a way that contemplates the importance of safety for children, of course, but really safety for all. We also know that it's important to understand that this legislation will work in conjunction with other pieces of legislation, like the Residential Tenancies Act, which will ensure that landlords continue to have control over what sorts of items are, in this case, grown in their residences. We want to work with law enforcement. We understand for law enforcement that it's an important element to ensure that we're listening and we're working with them at every step of the way. So with those few words, Honourable Speaker, I look forward to unanimous support of this bill. Thank you.
Right on. The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
Well, thank you, Honourable Speaker. Gives me another great opportunity to rise today and speak a little bit to this bill and put some words on the record. The minister opposite had said that twice in his preamble that this bill will keep kids safe and is about the safety of children. I can't imagine how allowing the legal growing of cannabis marijuana will protect our children. Cannabis toxicity can cause great harm to infants and to youth who unintentionally ingest cannabis products, and having it readily available, growing, and in a household where they're living can only increase the damage that could happen to these individuals. I would ask the Minister of Justice, Honourable Speaker, to talk with his colleague from Union Station, who was a nurse and worked in the psychological field, and ask, does cannabis marijuana cause depression? And does it cause other psychological effects in youth that smoke or ingest cannabis products? I'm sure he will find that the answer is yes, it does. It's a danger to children, and it's a danger to youth who are growing up and their frontal lobe is not fully developed until they're 25 years old. So there's lots of studies, and I know the Minister for Health has asked me to read studies, and I would suggest that she's probably read these studies as well.
Order, please. I would remind the member to use the proper pronouns. We've been here for long enough that we should be remembering that. I shouldn't have to remind you. The Honourable Member for Brandon West.
My sincere apologies for that oversight. And I'm sure they would tell the Minister of Justice the issues that have come up of many studies about the ingestion of cannabis products and the ill effects that it has on youth who are using cannabis products. Our government, our party is wanting to ensure safety of all people. And this includes the safety of youth to make sure that they don't unintentionally ingest this or any other products. Myself and my colleagues look forward to having some regulations in place that we can review and have some discussions on these regulations to make sure that the safety and security are put into place to protect people that are growing this product in their house and making sure that the children and youth that are living in this house or that are visiting these houses have that protection in place for them. The minister mentioned about this being a commodity that may not be bought specifically or may not affect the purchase within the government regime. However, any money that is being taken out of the already regulated system is taxable money that is not going to be put back into social services and social reform that will help people that may have a substance use disorder or may be suffering from mental health issues. That money is being taken out of the system, and it will now cost Manitoba taxpayers a lot more funds to make sure that this social responsibility is taken care of. The last piece that I would like to bring forward, and I've mentioned it at committee and I've mentioned it here in this House, Honourable Speaker, is the fact that organized crime will profit greatly from this legislation. And I'm sure had the Minister of Justice had a relationship with police services, as he suggests he does, he would have already heard back from them that organized crime will look to target this to help with their incomes. And perhaps that's why he brought forward more legislation on criminal property forfeiture, because he knows that this legislation is going to create more work for law enforcement and for criminal property forfeiture as organized crime targets, just like they did on the medical grow-ops. And there's lots of information available that I would suggest the minister talk with the Manitoba Association of Chiefs of Police or the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, or even the Winnipeg Police Service that he's happy to hand over money to help out, and not the other police services within the province. One last piece on this, Honourable Speaker, is that landlords are going to suffer greatly. I've asked this minister about this, and he said that the Landlord and Tenancy Act will supersede this act, but I haven't seen that in any legislation. That's just off the cuff by this minister throwing that out. And you know what? There's got to be huge worries in the people that own houses and rent it out, or own apartment blocks and rent it out, knowing that aquaponics and hydroponics can cause either mold and infestation or fire damage when it's hooked up. And so these regulations really need to be strong and protect these landlords where multi-millions of dollars can be lost on their investments. This, Honourable Speaker, is a poor piece of legislation. Leaders lead and followers follow, and obviously this government is following, not leading. The very best legislation is already in place on this. This kind of reminds me of the Chester and Spike where Chester says, hey, Spike, what are we doing? What are we doing? And the minister says, this is what we're doing. We're following everybody else. We're not leading. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Seeing no more speakers, the question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 34, the Liquor, Gaming, and Cannabis Control Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
On division.
It's been requested on division, therefore it's passed on division. We'll now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 15, the Credit Unions and Case Populaires Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Agriculture, that Bill number 15, the Credit Unions and Case Populaires Amendment Act, loi modifiant la loi sur les caisses populaires et les credit unions, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Finance, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Agriculture, that Bill number 15, the Credit Unions and Case Populaires Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Justice, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am pleased to present Bill 22, the Credit Unions and Case Populaires Amendment Act, for third reading. This act will update several sections in the existing legislation to address issues that have arisen as the operation of credit unions and the Case Populaires have evolved, particularly in connection with members' meetings. We all know that Manitoba's credit unions and Case Populaires are a crucial part of Manitoba's financial services sector. With over $43 billion in assets, our credit union sector has a bigger share of deposits than in any other province or territory. That's why keeping the governing legislation up to date with thoughtful amendments that were the product of meaningful consultation is so important. This legislation has been overwhelmingly well received, and I urge all members of the Assembly to support this important bill. On that note, Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to present this bill for the House's consideration. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Fort White.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak on Bill 15, the Credit Union and Case Populaires Amendment Act. I see that I have due 10 minutes on the clock, so I will gladly take all 10 minutes to put some words on the record for this. I'm just joking. I know everyone wants to move this along in the process, and the Minister and I have had a few conversations in regards to this bill. And at second reading, this is something that we support. This is something that the credit unions have, and the Case Populaires have come forward with. This is what they asked for. This is what they wanted. So we're happy to support it along that way. It was a pleasure and an honor to meet with Curtis Weinberg, President and CEO of Credit Union Central Manitoba, and I want to thank him for all the work he's done and the fact that he's brought this forward with the recommendations that they want to see. So with that being said, I'm proud to stand and support that. I will also make one comment in the fact that the Minister and I have had conversations about this, and that we both agree that more work needs to be done to support credit unions. They are a vital lifeline, a vital economic driver for everything happening, for a lot of stuff happening in Manitoba. The money's reinvested back in Manitoba, and there's more opportunity for government now and opposition to work together to support credit unions and Case Populaires. There is the issue of bank runs. I know in Ontario that was put forward this year with the government there to protect and to guarantee the money being held by credit unions, and so that if a bank run was to happen, they would be okay. That is something the Minister and I had conversations with, and we look forward to hopefully working to get that done for this very important partner and sector in the province of Manitoba. With those few words on the record, I look forward to supporting this bill and passing it today. Thank you.
There are no other members wishing to speak. The question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 15, the Credit Unions and Case Populaires Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. We'll now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 17, the Workplace Safety and Health Amendment Act. The Honorable Minister of Labor and Immigration.
Thank you. I move, seconded by the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, that Bill number 17, the Workplace Safety and Health Amendment Act, loi modifiant la loi sur la sécurité et l'hygiène du travail, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
It's been moved by the Honorable Minister of Labor and Immigration, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, that Bill number 17, the Workplace Safety and Health Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed. The Honorable Minister of Labor and Immigration.
Honorable Speaker, I am pleased to rise for the third reading on the Workplace Safety and Health Amendment Act. This bill is to reestablish an advisory council on workplace safety and health that was repealed in 2018 as part of a government-wide reduction of standing committees. Our NDP government has committed to protecting workers and ensuring safe workplaces so that everyone goes home to their families after a hard day at work. The Advisory Council will advise the Minister on matters pertaining to occupational health and safety, legislative and regulatory changes, and the appointment of consultants and advisors. Every 5 years, the Council will also undertake a review of the Workplace Safety and Health Act. The bill passed through the committee stage without any amendment. It is supported by all occupational health and safety stakeholders, including Manitoba Federation of Labor, Manitoba Employers Council, and technical expert groups. I would like to thank Kevin Rebeck of Manitoba Federation of Labor, David Grant, a private citizen, and Sandra Oakley of Manitoba Federation of Union Retirees for taking the time to present at the committee. The Advisory Council membership will be composed of equal representatives of workers, employers, and technical and professional bodies concerned with occupational health and safety. With this, we will be making significant progress in re-establishing a harmonious government, employer, and labor relationship. The Advisory Council gives worker and employer groups a direct connection to the department on important workplace safety and health issues. I would like to acknowledge the members of the Ad Hoc Review Committee currently reviewing the Workplace Safety and Health Act, as well as all the organizations and members of the public who have contributed to the development of this bill. Their contributions are much appreciated, and we look forward to continuing to work with them on workplace and safety issues. With those words, I will conclude my remarks for Bill 17 and ask that it proceed to the third reading vote. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Agassiz.
I'm pleased to rise in the House today to put a few words on the record regarding Bill 17, the Workplace Safety and Health Amendment Act. We all know and recognize the importance of workplace safety and health, and it is paramount for both employees and employers. We need to foster and continue fostering a work environment that prioritizes and emphasizes prevention and work safety, both the physical and mental well-being, all of which will reduce the number of accidents and health injury in the workplace. We all know that the nature of today's workforce is evolving with technological advancements and the changing work practices, and we need to continue providing these safe work environments for Manitobans and maintain a healthy workforce. Employees and employers all need to feel safe and confident in any work environment, and we want to see that all workers come home safe after a day of hard work. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Seeing no other members wishing to debate, the question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill 17, the Workplace Safety and Health Amendment Act. Is it the will of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence in third reading of Bill 18, the Community Child Care Standards Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Advanced Education and Training, that Bill number 18, the Community Child Care Standards Amendment Act, loi modifiant la loi sur la garde des enfants, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education and it's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, seconded by the Minister of Advanced Education and Training, that Bill number 18, the Community Child Care Standards Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's a pleasure to put these words on the record, as in November of 2023 in our throne speech, we pledged to create a comprehensive strategy for recruiting and retaining early childhood educators. This bill supports our commitment under the Canada-Manitoba Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement to establish 23,000 new childcare spaces by March 31 of 2026. Increasing childcare spaces requires a proportionate increase in the early learning and childcare workforce. One key initiative to address this workforce demand is the expansion of early childhood education and childcare assistant training programs at Manitoba's post-secondary institutions. These training expansions include the construction of innovative new learning labs that will support practical hands-on learning experiences for post-secondary students in the field. At the Minister's consultation table this morning, the field was particularly excited about the creation of these new learning labs. These amendments will enable the Department of Education and Early Childhood Learning to directly fund the construction of these learning labs at our public universities, colleges, and the Manitoba Institute of Trades and Technology. The proposed amendments align with commitments announced in a 2023 speech from the throne and our department's mandate letter commitments to develop a comprehensive strategy for recruiting and retraining early childhood educators. Once the necessary legal authority is in place, the department will flow the funding for the construction of learning labs directly to the post-secondary institutions, Honourable Speaker. These new innovative learning labs will provide practical, hands-on learning experiences for post-secondary students in the field of early childhood education. Investing in a comprehensive strategy for recruiting and retaining early childhood educators supports families who require childcare and strengthens and expands the childcare sector in this province. This legislation will allow us to fulfill these responsibilities efficiently, effectively, and in a timely fashion. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spruce Woods.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I just want to take the opportunity, thank you. I just want to take the opportunity to rise and put a few words on the record quickly here about Bill 18. I want to thank the Minister for bringing this bill forward. We've heard a lot from the NDP over the last 7 months that they're reversing everything that was done previously, and all, everything's being turned around. And so it's really nice that despite that rhetoric coming forward, the minister is keeping a few ideas that were well-deserved and good ideas on behalf of the Progressive Conservative team. And so to give credit where credit's due, certainly this idea of the Learning Labs was developed after our Progressive Conservative team signed on to the Canada-Manitoba Canada-wide childcare program, 23,000 new spaces, and then was in development under the previous Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, the wonderful member for Lac Dubani. And so we're glad to see that his work is coming to fruition and that the minister is going to follow through with it. These learning labs are going to be excellent for the childcare sector. I can't wait to tour them when they're established and up and running at the post-secondary education institutions, including at Assiniboine Community College in my great constituency of Spruce Woods. So I am very much looking forward to the good work that they're going to do, and I thank the NDP for carrying forward this Progressive Conservative idea.
Order. If there are no other members wishing to debate, the question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill number 18, the Community Child Care Standards Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence in third reading of Bill 23, the Change of Name Amendment Act 2. The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, Consumer Protection and Government Services.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Housing, Addictions and Homelessness, that Bill number 23, the Change of Name Amendment Act, bracket 2, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure, Consumer Protection and Government Services, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Housing, Addictions and Homelessness, that Bill number 23, the Change of Name Amendment Act 2, reported from the Standing Committee on Legislative Affairs, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure, Consumer Protection and Government Services.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am pleased to rise once more to speak about Bill 23, the Change of Name Amendment Act, bracket 2. As you've all heard by now, this bill will prohibit persons who are convicted of designated criminal offenses, including sex-related offenses, from legally changing their name in Manitoba. The specific offenses will require careful consideration and will be defined in regulation. Bill 23 aligns Manitoba with Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, Alberta, and Saskatchewan. And although it will add new requirements for change of name applicants, it also sends a signal to violent offenders that Manitoba is no longer a haven in which they can hide. Currently, persons who've resided in Manitoba for at least 3 months immediately before the date of the application and who are 18 years of age or older are eligible to make an application to the Vital Statistics Branch for a legal name change in accordance with the Change of Name Act. As part of the current application process, all adult applicants are required to obtain a fingerprinting report from an authorized third-party agency to link their name change to the National Repository of Criminal Record Information, if there is a record in the system. However, Vital Statistics Branch does not receive a copy of the results of the fingerprinting. If this bill is approved, a certified criminal record check, which includes fingerprinting as part of the application process, would be required in order for the Vital Statistics Branch to determine if an applicant is ineligible for a legal name change because they have been convicted of a designated criminal offense, including sex-related offenses. The bill also provides ministerial discretion to exercise discretion in certain circumstances to be prescribed. There may be limited circumstances in which a legal name change of name should be granted to a person who would otherwise be prohibited from doing so. After this legislation passes, the bill will take effect upon proclamation. This will allow the department time to modify the existing change of name regulation to include additional detail necessary to operationalize the prohibition of convicted sex offenders from legally changing their name. This will include identifying the designated sex-related offenses, which will trigger the change of name prohibition. Development of regulations will include consultation and engagement with police services, Indigenous governance organizations, the Department of Justice, the Department of Women and Gender Equity Manitoba, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, and other stakeholders that represent survivors of violent and sexual crimes. I believe that the amendments we are proposing here today demonstrates that ours is a listening government. We hear what survivors are telling us and have acted swiftly to address their concerns. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Are there other members wishing to debate the motion? Then the question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill number 23, the Change of Name Amendment Act 2. Is it the will of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed, and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 33, the Change of Name Amendment Act 3. The Honourable Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure, Consumer Protection and Government Services.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care, that Bill number 33, the Change of Name Amendment Act, bracket 3, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure, Consumer Protection and Government Services, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care, that Bill number 33, the Change of Name Amendment Act 3, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Transportation, Infrastructure, Consumer Protection and Government Services.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise with great pleasure to speak to Bill 33. This is particularly timely today, only one day after our caucus attended the annual Pride Parade. Yesterday, I celebrated with my community and our caucus, honoring the resiliency and vibrancy of 2S LGBTQ+ people, and it was a beautiful day. This bill is also timely because this past week, the Canadian Museum for Human Rights launched a new exhibit on the LGBT purge. This marks a 40-year period ending in the early 90s where federal government policy was to investigate, spy on, interrogate, and purge all people believed to be LGBT from the RCMP, the military, and the Federal Civil Service. In 2017, the federal government issued a formal apology for this dangerous and particularly heinous time in our country's history. As this terrible history has just been memorialized in the Canadian Museum for Human Rights, I am especially happy to have brought forward a bill that further protects the human rights, the humanity, and the privacy of transgender, two-spirit, and non-binary Manitobans. The purpose of this bill is to eliminate the requirement to publish a notice in the Manitoba Gazette when a non-binary, two-spirit, or transgender person changes their name. Currently, in accordance with the Change of Name Act, once a legal change of name application has been approved by the Director of Vital Statistics Branch, the person's new name, old name, and city or town of residence is published. Members of the 2S LGBTQ+ community have been advocating for Vital Statistics Branch to remove the requirement to publish the legal name changes in the Manitoba Gazette for their community members, as this requirement may put them at risk of discrimination or harassment. Not only does the publishing of name changes put these individuals at risk, but it is an additional burden for them should they seek an exemption requiring more forms and special dispensation by the Director of Vital Statistics Branch. The amendments also update the legislation with gender-neutral language. We are a listening government, Honorable Speaker. We listen to community, and I am very happy that this is one of the first bills I was able to introduce as minister. Thank you.
No one else wishing to debate, so the question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill number 33, the Change of Name Amendment Act 3. Is it the will of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Recorded vote, Honourable Speaker.
A recorded vote has been requested. Call in the members. Order, please. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I'm directing the bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. Question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 33, the Change of Name Amendment Act 3. All those in the chamber in favor, please rise.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Altomare.
Honorable Minister Altomare.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Minister Asaguara.
Honorable Minister Asaguara.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Mr. Costician.
Honorable Miss Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnston.
Mr. Pinuk.
Mr. Pinuk.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Wharton.
Miss Laughlin.
Ms. Laughlin.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Mr. Samard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blashko.
Mr. Blashko.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Devgun.
MLA Devgan.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Dela Cruz.
MLA Dela Cruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
MLA Lamoureux.
MLA Lamoureux.
Mr. Vasiliou.
Mr. Vasily.
All those in the chamber opposed, please rise. We will now conduct the alphabetical roll call of members participating virtually. As a reminder to all virtual members, please respond clearly with either I vote yes or I vote no, only when your name is called. I would also remind members to unmute their mics only when they're recognized and then immediately mute it again once they have declared their vote. The page will now conduct the virtual vote.
I vote yes.
And MLA Lagasse.
Oh, Mr. Ginter.
No, Ginter's not there.
MLA
sorry.
Lagasse.
I vote yes.
MLA Lagasse votes yes. Well done. Okay, you guys win. Ayes 47, nays 0.
I declare the motion carried. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill number 31, the Captured Carbon Storage Act. The Honourable Minister of Climate and Environment.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations, that Bill number 31, the Captured Carbon Storage Act, Loi sur le stockage de carbone capté, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now be read for a third time and passed.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Municipal and Northern Relations, that Bill number 31, the Captured Carbon Storage Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I am pleased to rise today in support of Bill 31, the Captured Carbon Storage Act, and I am so proud to be part of a government that is making Manitoba a leader in clean energy and taking bold action when it comes to fighting the climate crisis. We are going to reduce our emissions while at the same time growing our economy and supporting good jobs for Manitobans in the green energy sector. This bill is one tool of many in the toolbox to help industry in our province reduce their emissions and their impact on the environment. Bill 31 introduces a licensing framework that allows industry to apply for licenses and permits throughout the stages of a carbon capture project. This will allow industry to have the option to use carbon capture and storage technologies and reduce their net emissions. Honourable Speaker, climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time, and Manitobans have seen the consequences from floods to wildfires and droughts. Our government is taking a multifaceted approach to reducing carbon emissions and making our energy grid net zero by the year 2035. This includes captured carbon storage, EV rebates, and assisting families in transitioning to geothermal heating. Captured carbon is one tool that large emitters can use to reduce their carbon emissions. Carbon capture and storage projects have the potential to prevent the release of hundreds of thousands of tons of carbon dioxide in Manitoba, the equivalent of taking 85,000 gasoline cars off the road. Manitobans finally have a government that will show leadership on the climate crisis after years of a PC government that refused to listen to Manitobans and to industry about their concerns. They lacked a real plan to combat climate change, and they cut clean energy programs. Our government is serious about addressing the climate crisis. We believe in real action to reduce emissions, preserve our environment, and protect future generations' quality of life. Manitoba has a strong advantage and can be a leader in the low-carbon economy of the future. We have one of the cleanest and most reliable electricity systems in the world. It is renewable, efficient, cost-effective, affordable, and environmentally responsible. And we are going to build on our low-carbon advantage and support industry along the way, unlike the previous PC government that squandered that opportunity. And worse, we're selling off Manitobans' crown jewel, Manitoba Hydro, piece by piece. Under an NDP government, Manitoba Hydro will always remain public. Members opposite are disturbed by that comment, but I know that Manitobans understand that the NDP believes in Manitoba Hydro and will make sure that our investments in Manitoba Hydro pay dividends for years to come. Addressing the climate crisis and achieving a net zero province by 2050 will require every tool that we have. Our government is helping families, as I mentioned, with rebates for new and used EV and plug-in hybrids. We're partnering with the federal government to deliver heat pumps to Manitobans, reducing their emissions and saving them money. We are enhancing enforcement powers by imposing new penalties on anyone who fails to comply with an environmental protection order. We're restoring the funding to environmental organizations that was cut by the previous government. We are adding new staffing for parks and other services to support access to natural spaces and protect our environment. And we are working with the federal government through the Low Carbon Economy Fund to meet Manitobans' emissions reduction commitments. Our government knows that many Manitobans, especially young Manitobans, are worried about our climate. That's why our budget addresses affordability, job security, schooling, and addresses the climate crisis with a multi-pronged approach. We know that there is no silver bullet in fighting the climate crisis, which is why we are using all of the tools in our tool belt, including carbon capture and storage. I look forward to the passage of Bill 31, and I hope it will receive support from all sides of the House.
The honourable member for Red River North. Order.
Candyman can. The Candyman.
Singing or whatever that is not allowed.
Okay. I'm hungry.
The honourable member from Red River North.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And First off, I would like to thank the Minister of Economic Development for bringing this bill forward. As the Minister of Environment alluded to, the tools in the toolbox, we were happy to provide them to put this bill forward, Honourable Speaker. We know that carbon capture is going to be important as we go forward towards a greener economy, not only here in Manitoba, but across the world. And we also know, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that Bill 31 is a step in the right direction. However, I just wanted to point out and make sure that we put on the record that Bill 31 has a couple of areas that are concerning to Manitobans, and this is what we heard in committee as well. We know that this was modeled under a hybrid of the Alberta-Saskatchewan models for carbon capture. We know that in Saskatchewan, when pore space is spoken about, we know that pore space is the area or the space of land where the carbon will be injected into. The concern again is in Saskatchewan, they entered into contracts with private landowners. In Manitoba, Bill 31 doesn't allow that. Actually, what it does is it automatically defaults to the government of Manitoba. So that pore space on private land will become the property of the government of Manitoba under Bill 31. Right. So whether it be Crown land, like the Minister of Agriculture alludes to from time to time, it certainly is a concern for Manitobans because we know that this is an important initiative for Manitoba, but also we need to improve on our relationship with private landowners to ensure that we can inject this carbon into the pore space to ensure that we protect the environment for generations, our grandchildren and our children's grandchildren, Honourable Deputy Speaker. We also know that the investments in this particular carbon capture initiative is going to cost tens of millions, if not billions of dollars. We know in Alberta, the Quest project cost $1.3 billion, including $120 million from Ottawa and $745 million, Honourable Deputy Speaker, from the Alberta government. So that's not only an injection of carbon, that's a big injection of cash. And we didn't see anything in Budget 2024 that referred to $1 billion in injecting carbon into the ground. So hopefully the NDP have a plan to come up with that initial investment to inject. And furthermore, Honourable Deputy Speaker, in Saskatchewan, project there, the Boundary Dam project, was 1.5.
I'd just like to point out to the member, and I've pointed it out to him previously, that I have the distinct and honourable pleasure of being the Honourable Speaker, not the Deputy. So please get it right. The Honourable Member for Red River North.
Speaker, I apologize. It's late in the evening and I should not have made that error. I apologize again, Honourable Speaker. And again, in closing, Honourable Speaker, not Deputy, Saskatchewan, the Boundary Dam project cost $1.5 billion, $240 million from the federal government, Honourable Speaker, and an additional $1.3 billion from the Saskatchewan government. We know that that type of money is huge for Manitoba ratepayers. There's no indication from Budget 2024 that that money is going to be available. So certainly we hope that the NDP government has a plan to come up with that very important funding to ensure carbon capture is moving forward here in Manitoba under Bill 31. We also know from committee that there was no consultation done by the minister or the government. We know that we struck under government, Honourable Speaker, we struck under government an energy roundtable, and we had all producers of carbon in Manitoba, about 11 or 12 companies that are high producers of carbon emissions, Honourable Speaker, and they were around that table helping form this bill originally when we were in government. So that was a bit of a downfall on behalf of the current government. They didn't sit with them, they didn't consult with them, and certainly they're going to be hopefully the benefactors of Bill 31, but they certainly should be invited to the table on a go-forward, Honourable Speaker. With those few comments, I appreciate the opportunity. Bill 31, again, is an important bill. We look forward to passing it in this House today.
No other members wishing to debate. The question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill 31, the Captured Carbon Storage Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. The Honourable Government House Leader.
A recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been called. Call in the members. Order, please. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I'm directing the bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is concurrence and third reading of Bill 31, the Captured Carbon Storage Act. All those in the House in favor of the motion, please rise.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honourable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Altomare.
Honourable Minister Altomare.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honourable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Minister Azagora.
Honourable Minister Asaguera.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honourable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Christitian.
Honourable Mr. Costitian.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honourable Ms. Smith.
Mr. Owasco.
Mr. Iwaska.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Panook.
Mr. Pinook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honourable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Simard.
Honourable Mr. Simard.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honourable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honourable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honourable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honourable Minister Naylor.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
Emily Redhead.
Emily Redhead.
Mr. Gertzen.
Mr. Gertzen.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Wojcik.
Mr. Balkin.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Schuler.
Emily Malloway.
Emily Malloway.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
Emily Chen.
Emily Chen.
Emily Moyes.
Emily Moyes.
Emily Kennedy.
Emily Kennedy.
Emily Devgan.
Emily Devgan.
Emily Cross.
Emily Cross.
Emily Loiselle.
Emily Loiselle.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
Emily Delacruz.
Emily Delacruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Bra.
Emily Morose.
Emily Morose.
Emily Bariza.
Emily Bariza.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Prashot.
Mr. Pashot.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Emily Lamoureux.
Emily Lamoureux.
Mr. Vazio.
Mr. Vasiliev. Thank you.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please rise. There are no virtual members.
Ayes 47, nays 0.
I declare the motion carried. We'll now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill number 5, the Adult Literacy Act. The Honorable Minister of Advanced Education.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Education and Early Learning, that Bill 5, the Adult Literacy Act, as reported from the Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and now read a third time and passed.
Been moved by the Honorable Minister of Advanced Education and Training, seconded by the Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Learning, that Bill number 5, the Adult Literacy Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. The Honorable Minister of Advanced Education and Training.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I am so pleased to rise today for the third reading of Bill 5, the Adult Literacy Act. I am very happy to see this important piece of legislation move quickly through the approval process. This bill supports adult literacy and numeracy and will help improve the quality of life for many Manitobans. by getting the education and skills they need to access further education and employment. I want to send a sincere thank you to everyone who is currently working in adult education and supporting those learners who are achieving their education goals at a later time in their life, and really uplift those folks who are doing that critical work. I would like to extend my thanks to the Social and Economic Development Committee for their input, and to the presenters who took time from their schedule to show their support for Bill 5 and its value to the community and economy. I don't want to waste any time here, Honourable Speaker. I look forward to the passage of this bill. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
No one else wishing to speak to the bill? Therefore, the question before the House is the concurrence and third reading of Bill number 5, the Adult Literacy Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed, and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to Bill 10, the Advanced Education Administration Amendment Act. We're moving to concurrence and third reading of Bill 10, the Advanced Education Administration Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change, that Bill number 10, the Advanced Education Administration Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development and subsequently amended, be concurred in and now be read for a third time and passed.
Been moved by the Honourable Minister of Advanced Education and Training, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change, that Bill number 10, the Advanced Education Administration Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development and subsequently amended, be concurred in and be now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education and Training.
Honourable Speaker, once again, I am pleased to rise today for the third reading of Bill 10, the Advanced Education Administration Amendment Act. This bill amends the Advanced Education Administration Act, and the foundation for Bill 10, as you know, is the safety of students. The bill and the amendments are about ensuring our institutions have the tools to keep our students safe. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the Social and Economic Development Committee for their review and input on this bill, and to all the stakeholders who took the time to share their important perspectives. We have listened to their perspectives and can assure our academic communities that our government is committed to, as we always are, to respecting academic freedom and institutional autonomy. As you know, as a first step, the Minister will be required to issue a directive to the institution in question that identifies what action they need to take and by when, and the Minister must also make the directive publicly available. It is only when a directive fails to result in compliance and that consideration will be given to further action. The bill and the amendment clarifies that adjusting a grant would be a last resort, and there would be significant work with an institution to promote compliance before any consideration of a financial penalty. Once again, this is an opportunity to work together as partners to create positive change against sexual violence for the well-being of our students, faculty, staff, and communities. Again, this bill will help advance our work towards safer campuses and safer communities for students and faculty, and I look forward to the passage of this bill.
Seeing no other speakers for the bill, the question before the House is concurrence and third reading on Bill number 10, the Advanced Education Administration Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed, and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. We'll now move on to the Honourable Government House Leader.
Honourable Speaker, a recorded vote, please.
A recorded vote has been requested. Call in the members. Order, please. The 1 hour time limit for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I am now directing the bells to be turned off, and I'll have the deputy clerk conduct the vote. All those Order. Order, please. The question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill number 10, the Advanced Education Administration Amendment Act. Would all those in the House in favor of the motion please rise?
I'm telling you, be nice.
Okay.
Honourable Minister Fontaine.
Honourable Minister Fontaine.
Honourable Minister Altamari.
Honourable Minister Altamari.
Honourable Mr. Weeb.
Honourable Mr. Weeb.
Honourable Minister Asaguera.
Honourable Minister Asaguera.
Honourable Mr. Sala.
Honourable Minister Sala.
Honourable Mr. Costician.
Honourable Mr. Costician.
Honourable Ms. Smith.
Honourable Ms. Smith.
Mr. Iwaska.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Pinuk.
Mr. Pinuk.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Wharton.
Honourable Mr. Minister Bushy.
Honourable Minister Bushy.
Honourable Mr. Simard.
Honourable Mr. Simard.
Honourable Minister Marcelino.
Honourable Minister Marcelino.
Honourable Minister Schmidt.
Honourable Minister Schmidt.
Honourable Minister Cable.
Honourable Minister Cable.
Honourable Minister Naylor.
Honourable Minister Naylor.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
Mr. Gertzen.
Mr. Gertzen.
Missy.
Ms.
Wow.
Byram.
Ms. Agassi. Ms. Byram. My apologies.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mr. Wojcik.
Mr. Wojcik.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Schuler.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
Yeah. MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Devkin.
MLA Devgan.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA De La Cruz.
MLA De La Cruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Brar.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Pashot.
Mr. Prashot.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
MLA Lamoureux.
MLA Lamoureux.
Mr. Wasiliu.
Mr. Wasiliu.
How does the page do that?
All those in the chamber opposed, please rise. And we have no virtual members at the present time, so I declare the motion. No. Oh, yeah, I guess we should wait for that part.
I'm not the only one making a mistake.
Ayes 47, nays 0.
I declare the motion carried. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill 13, the Emergency Medical Response and Stretcher Transportation Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that Bill number 13, the Emergency Medical Response and Stretcher Transportation Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Legislative Affairs, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed.
It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that Bill number 13, the Emergency Medical Response and Stretcher Transportation Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Legislative Affairs, be concurred in and be now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Hear, hear.
Honorable Speaker, I am pleased to speak to Bill 13 today, the Emergency Medical Response and Stretcher Transportation Amendment Act. Currently, the Emergency Medical Response and Stretcher Transportation Act does not allow the issuance of separate licenses for the operation of different parts of one air emergency medical response system. A new service model has been adopted for one air emergency medical response system based on a 10-year agreement signed by the government in 2023. Under this model, the air platform and the medical care on transports are operated by two different entities. In particular, the air platform is provided by Kuwaitan Air, LP, a certified and licensed Transport Canada air carrier, and medical care and transport is provided by Shared Health. In order to enable the new emergency medical response system in which two different entities are responsible to provide the air platform and the medical care, it was necessary for a ministerial order to be issued under the Act to exempt Kuwaitan and Shared Health from certain requirements in the legislation. This bill will revoke those exemptions with new licensing regime is implemented and will enable the department to issue separate air emergency medical response system licenses to both Kuwaitan Air LP and Shared Health to operate the parts of the system that they are respectively responsible for. The license holders will be required to enter into an agreement to define the responsibilities in respect of the operation of the air emergency medical response system to ensure that it will function as one cohesive system. Currently, ministerial orders issued under the Emergency Medical Response and Stretcher Transportation Act to exempt the license holders from requirements in the legislation are not made public. This bill will also require that the ministerial exemption orders issued under the Act must be published on a government website to provide for greater transparency in relation to these exemptions. By enabling separate licenses to be issued to two or more parties to operate different parts of an air emergency medical response system, this bill will provide flexibility if the model is changed in future to allow more than two different entities to be licensed to operate different parts of an air emergency medical response system. The implementation of this bill will support the longer-term service delivery model for air emergency medical response services, allowing for more transparency and quality air ambulance care for patients all over Manitoba. Thank you.
If there are no other members wishing to debate, the question before the House then is concurrence and third reading of Bill number 13, the Emergency Medical Response and Stretcher Transportation Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. The motion is accordingly passed. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill number 22, the Celebration of Nigerian Independence Day Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Families, that Bill number 22, the Celebration of Nigerian Independence Day Act, Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended, be reported from the Standing Committee on Legislative Affairs, be concurred in and now read for a third time and passed.
It's been moved by the Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Families, that Bill number 22, the Celebration of Nigerian Independence Day Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended, reported from the Standing Committee on Legislative Affairs, be concurred in and be now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Active Living. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Honourable Speaker, I'm very proud to see Bill 22, the Celebration of Nigerian Independence Day, reach royal assent today. And I know that there are many folks in our Nigerian community watching the live stream right now. I want to say thank you to all of those folks for their support of this legislation and for their work to advance the voices of Nigerians across this province. This act designates October 1st as a celebration of Nigerian Independence Day. This day is very significant. It's the day in 1960 that Nigeria freed itself from decades of British colonial, exploitive, and violent rule. This bill is something that has been spoken about in the Nigerian community for a long time. The importance of having Nigerian Independence Day recognized formally through legislation helps to make Nigerians feel seen and our history as a people valued in a province which has welcomed our community. Since the introduction of this bill, I have heard more about the significance of this recognition than I could have imagined. At the committee stage, many elders and community members came to speak to its significance. One elder in particular, Dr. Edward Onyebuchi, as some of us know him to be Uncle Ed, shared his story about growing up in colonial and post-colonial Nigeria and the impact colonization had on his life. He shared his story about attending school and not being allowed to speak his native language, Igbo. That was the first time I had heard elders share that experience. One not unlike the impacts of colonization we see here on Turtle Island. There were also Nigerian international students who shared their experience of being welcomed to Manitoba and the comfort they felt in being represented across professions in society here. Community leaders spoke to the accomplishments of Nigerians in Manitoba in all sectors across the province. They spoke about the success of Nigerian organizations that have formed support for one another as the Nigerian population in Manitoba continues to grow and thrive. Organizations like ACOMI, the Umina Association of Manitoba, NAMI, have all been leading the way for decades, bringing people together, providing education and awareness, advocacy, and support, which has helped our community to grow well past 7,000 Nigerians living in the province today. This bill acknowledges all the sacrifices Nigerians have made so that future generations can thrive here in Manitoba, myself included. This bill uplifts all those in our community who advocated so we can be where we are today and to inspire future generations to be proud of who they are. This bill will create awareness for all Manitobans to learn about Nigerian Independence Day, what Nigerians have overcome, and the significant contributions they have made to our province as a whole. So once again, I want to thank and acknowledge the community organizations and elders who have spent the past several decades fostering community, ensuring generations of Nigerian Canadians are not only proud to be Canadian, but deeply connected to their roots and to understand the importance of never losing our identity as Nigerians, who are a diverse, beautiful, resilient, spiritual, and innovative people. I also want to thank the first people of these lands who have welcomed our communities to call Manitoba home. We have a shared history of colonization, which is a painful thread, but important to acknowledge, and we have a shared future, which I believe is very bright. I look forward to marking the celebration of Nigerian Independence Day every single October 1st here in Manitoba. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Other members wishing to debate the bill? Seeing none, the question before the House is concurrence and third reading on Bill number 22, the Celebration of Nigerian Independence Day Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried. We will now move on to concurrence and third reading of Bill number 36, the Regulated Health Professions Amendment Act. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Right on.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that Bill number 36, the Regulated Health Professions Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read for a third time and passed. Thanks.
It has been moved by the Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care, seconded by the Honourable Minister of Finance, that Bill number 36, the Regulated Health Professions Amendment Act, reported from the Standing Committee on Social and Economic Development, be concurred in and be now read a third time and passed. The Honourable Minister of Health, Seniors and Long-Term Care.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This bill will increase the transparency of proceedings of health profession colleges when determining if the registration or certificate of practice of a member of a college should be canceled because the member has been convicted of an offense that is relevant to their suitability to practice. When transparency is increased, accountability is also increased, and that is what Manitobans expect when it comes to their healthcare providers. Transparency by colleges in their decision-making is important to foster public trust, particularly in responding to situations like this, where there has been a significant breach of that trust by a regulated health professional. Those who work in healthcare are among the most trusted professionals. They are the ones that patients trust when they are at their most vulnerable. When that trust is broken and a healthcare professional is convicted of an offense, the public deserves to understand how colleges respond. Our government is taking steps to maintain high levels of trust and transparency in health professionals through the proposed changes to the Regulated Health Professions Amendment Act. As our government continues to take steps to change the culture in healthcare, both for those delivering the care and for those receiving it, bringing in legislation like this will help to rebuild trust and confidence in the health system. Thank you.
Seeing no other members wishing to debate, the question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill number 36, the Regulated Health Professions Amendment Act. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Recorded vote, Honourable Speaker.
A recorded vote has been requested. Call in the members. Order, please. The 1 hour provided for the ringing of the division bells has expired. I'm directing that the bells be turned off and the House proceed to the vote. The question before the House is concurrence in third reading of Bill 36, the Regulated Health Professions Amendment Act. The clerk will now conduct the vote. All those in the chamber in favor of the motion, please rise.
40 people watching online.
Ready? Nice and slow. Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Fontaine.
Honorable Minister Altamare.
Honorable Minister Altamare.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Mr. Weeb.
Honorable Minister Asaguera.
Honorable Minister Asaguera.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Minister Sala.
Honorable Mr. Kostitian.
Honorable Mr. Kostitian.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Honorable Ms. Smith.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Iwasko.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Piniuk.
Mr. Pinook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mrs. Cook.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Nesbitt.
Mr. Wharton.
Mr. Wharton.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Bushy.
Honorable Mr. Simar.
Honorable Mr. Samad.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Marcelino.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Schmidt.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Cable.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Honorable Minister Naylor.
Mrs. Schott.
Mrs. Schott.
MLA Redhead.
MLA Redhead.
Mr. Gertzen.
Mr. Gertzen.
Ms. Byram.
Ms. Byram.
Mr. Khan.
Mr. Khan.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mrs. Hebert.
Mr. Wochuk.
Mr. Wojcik.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Balkan.
Mr. Schuler.
Mr. Schuler.
MLA Malloway.
MLA Malloway.
Mr. Blaschko.
Mr. Blaschko.
MLA Chen.
MLA Chen.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Moyes.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Kennedy.
MLA Devgan.
MLA Devgan.
MLA Cross.
MLA Cross.
MLA Loisel.
MLA Loisel.
Mr. Oxenham.
Mr. Oxenham.
MLA Delacruz.
MLA Delacruz.
Mr. Brar.
Mr. Bra.
MLA Morose.
MLA Morose.
MLA Bariza.
MLA Bariza.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. Narth.
Mr. King.
Mr. King.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Prashad.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
MLA Lamoureux.
MLA Lamoureux.
Mr. Wasiliu.
Mr. Wasiliu.
All those in the chamber opposed to the motion, please stand. There is no virtual members.
Ayes 47, nays 0.
I declare the motion passed. That concludes the business before us. Oh, the honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Honourable Speaker, on House business.
The honourable member for Riding Mountain on House business.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Pursuant to Section 44, Bracket 3 of the Conflict of Interest Act, I tabled a letter earlier today. I now table the same information in the format requested by the Commissioner.
That now concludes the business before us, except now we will prepare the House for royal assent. And while we are preparing the chamber, I would remind all members to make sure that they've cleared out their desks and make sure that you put it in the appropriate recycling containers.
the Lieutenant Governor.
Your Honor, at this sitting of the Legislative Assembly has passed certain bills that I ask Your Honor to give assent to.
Number 5, the Adult Literacy Act, Loi sur l'alphabétisation des adultes. Number 6, the Manitoba Assistance Amendment Act, Loi modifiant la loi sur les allocations d'aide du Manitoba. Number 8, the Safe Access to Abortion Services Act, Loi sur l'accès sécuritaire aux services d'interruption volontaire de grossesse. Number 10, the Advanced Education Administration Amendment Act, Loi modifiant la loi sur l'administration de l'enseignement postsecondaire. Number 11, the Statutes and Regulations Amendment and Interpretation Amendment Act, Loi modifiant la loi sur les textes législatifs et réglementaires et la loi d'interprétation. Number 13, the Emergency Medical Response and Stretcher Transportation Amendment Act, Loi modifiant la loi sur les interventions médicales d'urgence et le transport pour personnes sur civière. Number 14, the Minor Amendments and Corrections Act 2024, Loi corrective de 2024. Number 15, the Credit Unions and Caisse Populaire Amendment Act, Loi modifiant la loi sur les caisses populaires et les crédits unions. Number 17, the Workplace Safety and Health Amendment Act, Loi modifiant la loi sur la sécurité et l'hygiène du travail. Number 18, the Community Child Care Standards Amendment Act, Loi modifiant la loi sur la garde d'enfants. Number 19, the Drivers and Vehicles Amendment Act, Loi modifiant la loi sur les conducteurs et les véhicules. Number 20, the Highway Traffic Amendment Act, Loi modifiant le Code de la route. Number 22, the Celebration of Nigerian Independence Day Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended. Loi sur la journée de la célébration de l'indépendance du Nigeria, modifiant la loi, loi sur la journée de la célébration de l'indépendance du Nigeria, modification de la loi sur les journées, les semaines et les mois commémoratifs. Number 23, the Change of Name Amendment Act 2, Loi numéro 2, modifiant la loi sur le changement de nom. Number 24, the Intimate Image Protection Amendment Act, Distribution of Fake Intimate Images. Loi modifiant la loi sur la protection des images intimes, distribution de fausses images intimes. Number 29, the Body Armor and Fortified Vehicle Control Amendment Act. Loi modifiant la loi sur le contrôle des gilets de protection balistique et des véhicules blindés. Number 30, the Unexplained Wealth Act, Criminal Property Forfeiture Act, and Corporations Act amended. Loi sur les richesses inexpliquées, modification de la loi sur la confiscation de biens obtenus ou utilisés criminellement et de la loi sur les corporations. Number 31, the Captured Carbon Storage Act. Loi sur le stockage de carbone capté. Number 33, the Change of Name Amendment Act 3. Loi numéro 3 modifiant la loi sur le changement de nom. Number 34, the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Control Amendment Act. Loi modifiant la loi sur la réglementation des alcools, des jeux et du cannabis. Number 36, the Regulated Health Professions Amendment Act. Loi modifiant la loi sur les professions de la santé réglementées. Number 201, the Manitoba Emblems Amendment Act, Provincial Stone. Loi modifiant la loi sur les emblèmes du Manitoba, désignation de la pierre provinciale. Number 202, the Community Foundation Day Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended. Loi sur la journée des fondations communautaires, modification de la loi sur les journées, les semaines et les mois commémoratifs. Number 207, the Islamic Heritage Month Act, commémoration, I switched languages. Number 207, the Islamic Heritage Month Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended. Loi sur le mois du patrimoine islamique, modification de la loi sur les journées, les semaines et les mois commémoratifs. Number 208, the Two-Spirit and Transgender Day of Visibility Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended. Loi sur la journée de visibilité bispirituelle du étranger. Pardon me. I'm going to start that one again. Number 208, the Two-Spirit and Transgender Day of Visibility Act, Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended. Loi sur la journée de visibilité bispirituelle étrangère, modification sur la loi sur les journées, les semaines et les mois commémoratifs. Number 211, the Drivers and Vehicles Amendment Act, Manitoba Park License Plates. Loi modifiant la loi sur les conducteurs et les véhicules. Plaque d'immatriculation des parcs du Manitoba. Number 212, the Asian Heritage Month Act. Commemoration of Days, Weeks, and Months Act amended. Loi sur le mois du patrimoine asiatique. Modification de la loi sur les journées, les semaines et les mois commémoratifs.
In His Majesty's name, Her Honor assents to these bills.
The hour be, oop. Oop. Step it up. The hour being somewhat past 5 p.m., this House is adjourned and stands adjourned until Wednesday, October 2nd, 2024, or to the call of the Speaker. I hope everyone enjoys some time in their constituencies and comes back full of peace and calm. Thank you, one and all, and have a good night and enjoy your summer.